Hello, hello. Oh my god, I just missed that. Sorry. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. You'll hear doubling for just a second. It'll be okay. Just checking audio. Oh my god, so sorry for the late start. I woke up a little late today and was finishing breakfast, getting everything set up. I don't even have my game pulled up. All right. Okay, but good morning, evening, afternoon, whatever time it may be for you. Let me just settle on over here. And then also fix that. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Pull my game up. I don't know. It was getting really hot in my room because my desk isn't separate from my room. It's all in one area. So it got really hot. It's getting really hot in here. Let's see. So I had to turn it off for a little bit. Where are you? Where art thou? There we are. So, maybe... Oh god, I thought I was still muted. I was like, wait, hold on a second. I had to double check. So here's the thing. Like I said before in previous streams, I think from what I know about the issue of the audio is that, apparently it's a Windows error and not necessarily the game or me in particular. So I've since updated Windows. Will that make it worse? We'll find out. Will that make it better? Who knows? It's whatever it decides to work on today. And then I also said that I would potentially go back and do the rest of Zach's bits of his route because there's so much happening there. But I don't know how much time that will take, and I want to really I'm kind of doing an any percent run. I think I'm gonna get like a very basic ending, but I also looked it up and we get some CGs and I do kind of want to see those. I think that'd be so cool. Maybe. I don't think it would take too long. And I have the original save if I want to do it because I don't want Zach to die. That's important to me. He can't. I want everybody to live. Except the couple. I don't give a shit whether they die or not. I'm gonna be so real. I don't know. We'll see. Let me load it up and we'll find out. Go. Okay, this can go here. This can go here. Is my camera tracking right? Yeah, it should be. It looks like it. Fun fact, you know how yesterday I said I needed to take time off, I couldn't stream yesterday like usual? And so, come back. And so I had to cancel stream for that day. Oh, but guess what? Oh, thank you very much. Oh, see why is my alert over there? God damn it. It's fine. I have a lot to fix. Well, at least I know that works. I'm surprised. Oh, I didn't even... Yeah, hold on. Well, I'll do that later. It's fine. I just realized that, well, I've been meaning to fix my, a little layout for a while and just never got to it. It's whatevs. Whatevs. Oh, I see. Okay, I'll do that later then. Oh, come on. There you go. Okay. I'm sorry if you hear double audio for a second. I'm gonna fix it, I promise. And bring that over here. Yes, my alerts are hidden behind me. Ooh, whips! You shouldn't be hearing double audio. I switched my channels, so... As I've been told, turn the BGM down just a little more. Okay, we'll do that. All right, that should be good. Oh, my, hold on. We gotta turn down the lights. Nope. Where was it? Oh, come on. Hello. Oh, I might have to also disappear for a second and restart. Hold on. We'll find out. We should be fine. Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, we're having fun. We're having a laugh. We're having a giggle here. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna have to disappear. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Oh. As I fade from existence. And thusly return, maybe? Oh god, I'm gonna stare at you so hard right now. Interesting. Oh, no, it shouldn't. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Of course, nothing ever wants to work. I think the letter has genuinely cursed me. You know? To like every time I try to open it and open other things, it's like, no, you don't get to work. I'm like, cool. Thanks. Love it. Come on, you can do it. See, my face is waking up too. That's the issue here. How about we do this? Turn this off. Okay, cool. The lovely. Thank you. Thank you for that wonderful information. What if we go over here then? You can do it. I believe in you. I believe in you so hard right now. Okay. What is it? Are you connected? Well, you shouldn't be connected to literally anything else. I don't know what you're talking about. Come on. Come on. it shouldn't be connected to anything else. Hold on. Let me just get rid of this. Come back to me. You can do it. I believe in you. It's almost there. Riveting stuff, I know. I might be able to honestly just hop into game. Well, maybe. Now let me figure this out real quick. Here, I got an idea. Okay. Now you got it. Work. Work. I love technical issues. Bright and early. Oh my god. Every time with you, I'm fighting. Fighting for my life. There we are. Oh, you can do it. I know you can. Yeah-huh. Yeah-huh. We're gonna make noises. There we go. Hi. Okay. Huh. Am I back? Am I back? Oh, there I am. Yippee! Hopefully. Oh, I'm a little... Hold on. Come on. Just adjust yourself. You can do it. I believe in you. All right. Good morning, darling. Welcome in. I'm just, body's having trouble waking up, I guess. Let's just fix this. Okay. Okay, that should be good. There we go. We're having some technical issues as usual. But we should be good. Now I think I can turn my lights off. Okay. There we go. Lights down. All right. Whew. Oh, hi. Hello. That's, hey. Hi, YouTube. Let's go here, though. That's where I want to be. My little YouTube studio behind the scenes. There we are. And gotta fix this. I just woke up. Listen. 1, I was running a little late today. 2, I'm tired. I'm sleepy. It should be good like here. Maybe a little bit more this way. Okay. And then do this real quick. Okay. Let me know how the audio is. You know me and my audio issues. Okay. All right. So, here's the thing. Oh, that's right. We were going into Marianne. Okay. So here's the thing. We were thinking about whether to continue with Zachary's path in some certain bits, because I'm just gonna go ahead and open it. And get spoochy. Get a little spoochy here on this day. Because in his path, whoop, 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 God, this was a long one. Okay. We ended up here. But there's so much more over here. I think this one leads to Becca, I'm pretty sure. And I'm just interested to see, because you can pull some CGs out of this. And I'm just curious to see what happens. Because I think if you go down this path, you end up with Becca. Oh, decisions. I kind of want to see where it goes. You know what? Fuck it, right? Fuck it. We have the save file, so I think, yeah, because I saved with, girl, you need to calm down. You are so loud. Yeah, because I can just load Marianne's if I want to go back on that route. I don't know how good or bad that route's gonna be. I have no idea. But if Zach dies, then unforgivable. We're going back immediately. Because I literally will not allow Zach to die. You know what? Let's find out. Let's find out what happens. I can search for Ash, but what if it's too late by then? With how big this place is, he can be anywhere. And it's very likely by the time we come back, someone's already bit the dust. That and the cries grow louder against my ear the longer I linger. It's almost impossible to ignore, drawing me in like a moth to a flame. For a moment, I let myself shudder, shaking the uneasy feeling off my head. This can't be a good idea, not by a long shot. Still, I've got to try. Funnily enough, for a couple as high profile as the Wrights, they don't seem to have any security detail patrolling around. A few guards here and there, sure, but one will expect they'd have more considering the size of this place. It works to my advantage though, and I can't really complain when there's a high chance I might get arrested for what I'm about to do. Luckily, the window's wide enough for me to fit through without making many noise. There's certainly no going back now. Woo yippee. Oh my god, if I have to deal with any more bullshit from Luke, I'm gonna scream. Let me, move myself actually, just a little bit over. There we go, so I'm just making sure I'm not blocking anything. Oh, I didn't read that at all. But as soon as I stepped into the parlor, all of it ceases. While I find no trace of the woman I heard crying, like I'm expecting to. The room is still empty at this time of morning, and I'm left standing awkwardly in the middle of the hush. Maybe she just hid somewhere?
Hello? Are you here?
God, this is loud in my... Hold on. I think I have my,
I'm here to help.
Headphones are fucking cranked. Turn it down. It's too loud. Hoping for an answer, I let the question hang in the air. For several seconds merely go by without a word, or the slightest movement to indicate there is someone in here. Has been here. With the stories I've heard, the things I've seen, it takes effort to keep my brain from going into that line of thought.
I'm not going to hurt you. If you're here, say something.
Oh, Zachary. Nothing. Am I just hearing things? No, I'm pretty sure I heard someone. But with no one responding, I can't help but feel silly like this. And the awareness that I've just trespassed a house for nothing because of some voice prickles at me. Yeah, and the husband is super fucking racist, Zach. I'm just like, man, we gotta pick our battles. Suddenly, the silence feels uncomfortable, and a kneeling anxiety slowly creeps up my back. I should get out while I can. If it ain't there, it ain't there. I don't spare the room another glance when I walk back the way I came. Out into the window, leave before someone else notices.
I thought I heard a servant moving around here.
Whoops.
Turns out it's just a rat scurrying about.
Hi, bestie. Listen, hey. Just a little, what's the new, was this from something previously? No. Well.
How unpleasant.
Sorry, bud. We're leaving. My heart shoots up into my throat. I can run. The window is a few steps away. I should be able to escape. But instead, out of some foolish impulse, I turn around. Perhaps it's because the only impression the guy has left me in what few times we met is nothing but unsettling.
This ain't what you think it is.
You're quite the distance from the kitchen, I'm afraid.
What does that mean?
Perhaps I should lead you there.
What? What does that mean?
Someone's in here before me. I wasn't here for what you're thinking. There was sobbing and...
Oh. Oh. Wow. The first blow knocks the wind out of me, sending me heaving and crumpling to my knees. Tears well up in my eyes as the pain swells when he twists my wrist behind my back.
You've got to listen to me.
Wow. You're
Then again,
so
dirty
strong.
thieves aren't welcome in my kitchen either.
Listen, everything is a mistake. Wow, that's that's crazy. Johans, that's like, whoa. I didn't know you could do that. For a moment, there is only silence and a sudden piercing ache, this time at the back of my head. The room abruptly tilts on its axis, dimming. On the verge of unconsciousness, I can only hear the scuffling of foot, the thud of the door being closed, and a woman crying, asking for help. I know more. I know no more. That's it? Oh, wait. Okay, next day. Interesting. The pain is worse when I come to, a sharp piercing ache somewhere at the back of my head begging to be noticed. But it's nothing I can't handle. Clearly, I open my eyes expecting to be greeted by sunlight. Oh, I see. However, the walls that welcome me are unfamiliar. Oh, I didn't read what achievement I got in that. So I guess they probably handed Zach over to the police, which makes sense. He did trespass. Was simply turned away. Yeah. Okay, well. Nope, not backlog. Where's the tree? It's the leaf. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. However, the walls that welcome me are unfamiliar. When everything comes into focus, I recognize the place for what it is. A cell. Dark, cramped, with the only light coming from the moon outside, streaming through the sole window barred by thick metal bars. Memory rushes back to me in sharp bursts. The mansion, looking for Ashton, a familiar tune, and a woman crying. All while my head still aches from the hit I've received.
Still better than a morgue, I guess.
Yeah, you know. Gingerly, I pull myself up, stretching the cramps from my shoulders as I do so, but stopping when a sudden movement induces an acute stinging pain right through my arm.
Damn, they got me good. What time is it?
Looks like it's late. As expected, they take everything I have on my person: wallet, cell phone, my keys, meds, even a small pack of gum. Protocol is protocol. In the first place, ending back in another cell ain't in my agenda. The first time was not a pleasant experience, and this certainly won't be either. Considering who has likely put me in here, it could be much worse. That's true. The bars are cold to my touch when I approach it, looking for the person on duty. They'd usually allow us to contact someone, and Ashton at least has to know I'm here. He'll be pissed, that I'm quite sure of, but he's the only one who can help prove my innocence and get me out. However much I don't want to rely on him for this. The hallway in front of the cell is empty, but voices float through and from further in, likely the poor officers assigned to late night duty. Judging from the snippets of conversation I catch, today's topic over a snack is that moron who thought it was wise to cross the rights. God, sorry, that was a little hard to say. Wise to cross the rights. I was going to be like, wise to wasa wise. They used other names too, most of which I'll like to have words with them about in the future. Ugh, goddamn. I'm sorry, Zach. Early, I'm in no position right now.
Excuse me? Anyone?
Silence.
Excuse me? I need to make a...
Blood freezes in my veins and my grip on the bars tighten. I don't dare turn. Because more than the haunting melody, I'm afraid of what I'll see. Of who's singing Ma's lovely lullaby. A death song. That's what it is now. Oh god, do I have to do a QTE? Oh no, it's too early. But I guess that is what it's always been. If this is the end's calling, I prefer that it is not her vicious smile that I see last.
Oh, Zach, sweetie. Don't you love this song?
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. My head snaps up in surprise, and I swivel to see Miss Wright. Miss Wright, of all people, sitting on the cot. Her smile as easy and sweet as ever.
Miss Wright, what are you... how did you...
Yeah, girlie, you ain't looking great. I jostle the cell door to check. A prison break is the last thing on my mind, of course, but our presence here begs for a lot of puzzling questions to be answered. Locked tight. Was I just too groggy earlier that I didn't notice her?
Don't be surprised, darling. Money and power can get you anything.
Girlie, I think you lost your accent. Like, I'm not hearing it. Oh, that's so terrifying. She has a point. Out of all people, she knows more than anyone how to play that game in the world. Blech. Sorry. Yet to hear it straight out of her, it's like talking to a different person. I don't bring this up, however. Perhaps she's having a bad day or a tiff with her husband. After the incident the other day at their party, well, I don't like gossip, but it won't be surprising. Anyone can say the strangest things when in a bad mood. Still in all.
You ain't supposed to be here, Miss Wright.
Why ever not? Isn't it comfortable here?
Well, it is, kind of.
Girlie, I think you lost your accent.
Be on this side of the cell.
Hmm.
Besides, it's too early. Or too late for a visit. This is beyond the scheduled hours.
Oh, I'm sure Chief Inspector Lee wouldn't mind a little chat between friends. Besides, his prison officers just snoring in the break room.
She brushes off a lock of hair from her shoulders, stands up, and meanders around the length of the cell, or whatever space it would allow. It's as if this is just a simple stroll in the park, making a show of checking every scratch the past occupants of the room has left on its walls. Nevertheless, I try to make myself small against the corner. Oh, God, sorry. Any closer and we'll be crossing each other's personal spaces. Frankly, that's more than I'm comfortable with.
Be that as it may, they have cameras here too. How are you going to explain that when they check?
That doesn't matter, dear.
It does. Your popularity ain't going to give you any kind of immunity from the law. I appreciate the visit, but I'd rather not see you get into trouble.
It makes her stop. But just as I'm starting to think I finally reasoned with her.
You don't want to get out of here.
Of course I do. But you don't have to do anything. It's my fault. I'll find a way out of this mess.
You did bring it to yourself.
This really is just a misunderstanding, Hana. I didn't mean to trespass. If you'll just listen to the whole story, you'll know I didn't mean to do it.
I'm really disappointed in you.
I look straight at her, and at the sudden change of her tone, checking for any signs I've upset her with what I did. Of course she would be. She has every right to. After all that talk, the little attempts to build a friendship, here I went and broke into another person's house. Her home. On so many levels, beyond any kind of friendship, it's still wrong. Her anger doesn't come as I'm expecting it to, however. Instead, she smiles. Oh, yeah. Whoa. Holy fuck. All right. Hey, mamas, how you doing? A horrid little smile I didn't think I'd ever see from her.
Breaking into our home, disturbing my love in his
Right.
sleep.
She's like super possessed. Okay.
You've upset my Prince Zack. Really upset him.
Hana?
Do I have to? God, prepare me when I have to do a QTE. Panic swells in me, ripping up my spine. Rational, I know. You shouldn't feel this way about anyone you know. But here I am, backing away, trying to keep an ample distance between the two of us. I'm afraid. Wholly afraid of her. Let me do... Just real quick, do a little save. Do a little save, just in case. This ain't Hannah. Bars rattle as soon as my shoulders hit it. A hindrance, not to freedom, but to safety.
Has anyone ever told you how beautiful those eyes of yours are?
They are lovely.
Nana? Occasionally my sister. Hana? You alright?
She laughs. A deranged little thing coming from her. There's no cheer in it, no warmth. Only spite.
Makes me want to take them home, wrap them in those pretty ribbons I have in my vanity. I'm pretty sure my prince would love it, don't you think, Zachary? A little gift from me.
Stay away from me!
Oh, Jesus. She moves in short, sudden, bone-crunching twitches that are too painful for me to even watch. I want to look away, but I can't. I'm screaming for help before I know it, jolting the bars with as much force as I could.
Somebody! Get me out of here! Anyone, please!
Bugger off! Some people are trying to get some sleep here!
Oh, thank you. My PC telling me that there's updates ready.
No! She's here! You've got to let me out! She's gonna kill me! Someone! She's...
Ooh.
Oh, you
Great work from Mr.
You
Antfish.
won't even feel the pain.
Oh, yippee! Oh, wait, just in case I have... Okay, I have it ready. Oh. Hold on. I think we're fine. I think we're fine. I think we're fine. Okay. I see. Interesting. Because I did want those journal fragments. Because of it tells more of the story about our dear lady. Okay. Interesting. All right, so we're gonna go back to this version of Marianne because that way I'm pretty sure Zach isn't dead. And I'd like to keep it that way. 41%. Whee! Yippee! Okay. How? That's crazy. I guess this is like going up this top one here. I forgot you can't see my mouse. But going up this top route here is something I would have had to also unlock this top part of the route. Interesting. This might have been a romance route or something along those lines. Or maybe I think one of the other characters has to be dead. That's also a possibility. I was reading up on that and how different actions get taken depending on which characters are dead. Very, very in-depth game. You know, it has when it has its highs, it has its highs, and then when it has its lows, they're really bad. They're really bad. But let's go ahead and go on to... I want to try to see if we can do 4 and 5. That way, before October is over, we can do 6 and 7. But I'm pretty sure Ashton's route is pretty fucking long. But we'll find out. Oh, God forbid. I'm not going to be able to do an Irish accent. I'm just not. It's not going to happen. Oh, yeah. I forgot she got an anime ass poster in her room. Just a singular one. So, unfortunately, I will not be able to do an Irish accent because I couldn't keep it up even if I wanted to. It's 7:15 p.m. The numbers are so little on the top of my screen. And they glare at me like, see, it's maybe, no, I can't. I can't because I know I'll lose it so quickly. And they glare at me with such intensity that I can hear their accusations. Maybe, it might fluctuate, but it won't be nearly as it should be. I'm late for a night out with the girls, yes, but I have a perfectly good excuse, jeez. Considering I didn't follow typical office hours, they really can't expect me to be able to just go as I please at 5:30 on the dot. The client is first and foremost my priority. I have to sit tight when my personal assistant Chris tells me we have a big one coming up, and I shouldn't miss this one. He knows a lot of people who on the who's who and the what's what when it comes to these socialities, and I trust that judgment call. I really don't have time for rich people, their drama, and their politics. These sort who were born with silver spoons in their mouth and who were used to wagging their silver tongues about. I let him handle the negotiating with them for the most part. Why else would I have hired him? But he told me I'd receive a message about it an hour ago.
Now, if only he has the full shilling when it comes to the time.
Come on, I have a social life too, you know? To an extent. Sort of. Pressing my head against the table, I try to stave off an oncoming headache when the notification for a new email pops up. All I'm expecting is a, hey, this looks like a good project I found. Go send them a design or something like that, really. That's how often it goes. Even with these rich jammy clients who's heard of me from their equally rich jammy friends. That's a good word. I can't expect them to hire me right off the bat. Which is all well and good and reasonable. We figure out what they want, send them my portfolio, my drafts of their projects, my rates, and hope for the best. This is a big client, Marianne. I'll babysit Beruthiel for you. Just please take this one project. I promise this person is huge in Luxborn. Mr. Parker, this is a formal request to secure the services of Marianne McCall. Aaron After called the designer as authorized by Hannah Wright. Aaron After called the client for interior design work at Ermengarde Mansion, Luxborn, LX18 ORF, United Kingdom. The client hopes to have the designer there on 21 October, Friday, with the time pending. As I open the mail to see that I've been requested by the client specifically? Well, I certainly didn't expect any of that, and it's pretty straightforward too. Anyone else would probably be excited. They would be working with the Hannah Wright. She's just one of those rich socialites that everybody loves to talk about, no matter how hard I tried to tune such nonsense out. It would have been enough for me to reply in affirmative to Chris and leave, but he has never pleaded for me to take a project before. We worked together with big personalities in the past, celebrities, bankers, and even a few politicians. My PA has been indifferent about those. So the question bounced about my skull before I spy one of the email attachments. A newspaper clipping from the Luxembourg Daily Business News section, boasting headline, Wright Enterprise donates 2.5 million euro to refugee. Well, good for them. It certainly caused quite a stir back then. Apparently they had invited... Good morning, darling. Apparently they had invited businessmen and socialites everywhere, in the guise of it being some big business announcement.
2.5 mil and an expensive looking party to boot. These people sure know how to throw their money around.
Let's get fucking wacky today. Not that I should be so callous. They're going to do a lot of good. Yeah, a lot of good and help a community full of people with all those pounds. I'm doing an Irish, not Irish accent for Marianne. It's not like full commitment, and I fully recognize that. I, of all people, shouldn't criticize such acts whether they were for show or not. At the very least, I'll know they'll be able to pay my rates. My rates. Yeah. With the headline out of the way, however, I find myself staring at the picture that came along with the clipping. Because, wow. Here I am, expecting a sour, old woman in a blazer and skirt. But the woman that plastered on the front page looked like she belonged on the front page of the entertainment section. Or even, if I'm to be crass, as a pinup for a glamour. Okay, I'll be real here. A men's magazine. She sure knows how to rock that dress. Wait. Her hair, her eyes, her lips. She can't be her. And at the same time, she is her. Only several years older. She looks just like... Now come on, Mac. The world is full of pretty blondes. Mac? Is that his nickname to herself? That's cute. It's just a coincidence. With a shake of my head, I snap out of it and reach for my phone when it buzzes, nearly falling off my chair in the process. Who else would be on the other line but the very people waiting for me?
Oh, piss. I'm so sorry, Cam. I'm on my way.
That's what I say. And yet I still don't move from my chair, face flushed and heart racing. I can only stare until I can will myself to reply that yes, I'm accepting the assignment. And it takes even more time for me just to close the image, shut down the computer and leave. Even then, it has already burned its image into my head, no matter how much I wish it would just disappear. It makes me eager for the alcohol and the company. It makes me eager for anything that can help me forget. It's a good thing that the nearest pub is just a hop, skip, and a jump from here. The Galway Shoal, as it's called by those who frequent the place, is the only decent Irish pub in this country. You can pretty much tell that someone is new by its official name, the Crawl. Okay, sorry, I was like blanked out there for a sec. My home away from home ever since I moved to Luxbourne. Well, that is when I'm not cooped up in my condo and working anyway. It has good alcohol, good company, and thank God in St. Cecilia, good music. Crowd favorites like the Bothy Noise? The what? The High Wesleyan Men and Second Fusion Orchestra are often played. Not to mention singing. I love singing. Anyone could just break out into a drinking song, and the others in the pub were just wonderful that they start singing along. And doing so while intoxicated is the best ways to go about it. Hey, it's a win-win as long as I don't puke in the middle of the chorus, and as long as I can get home in one piece the end of the day. Oh, I'm going southern, gross. And tonight is karaoke night! Woo! Yippee! Oh, get up there, Marianne. I know this CG and I love it. What better time than to try to sing all my worries away? That's what my intoxicated brain tells me.
The ghost of guilt and sorrow remembers who I am, and in the prison of my heart, I was my only slave.
Oh yeah, girl, get it. Hell yeah. But drinking only reminds me of home, and the thought of home makes me think of her.
But in the depths of my cold soul, I'll leave the burden and despair.
Wow. It makes me nauseous. It sickens me that the smallest reminder of her can cause me such grief.
I'll fight for what's worth fighting for. Forget the fear, forget the rest.
Wow. Beautiful. Of course, that night might just be the booze. Any other day, I would have scolded myself for drinking so much.
I lied to the Lord, I lied lied to myself. I lied to you and everyone I care, until there were no more lies to tell.
But I already have a client, and we'll be having our first little meet and greet in a few days.
Cowardice is easier than being brave, but at last I found the strength I lost to sing my love letter to you.
Ooh.
'Cause people can lie, but my lone heart beats true.
Wow. I want to at least enjoy this night, get over the hangover tomorrow, and return to being a prim and proper professional after.
That song was for Cam, our lucky bride.
Oh, wow.
So give her a hand, Galway shawl.
Okay, I did say, I guess I said it right. Considering the state I'm in, one can excuse my smug grin as cheers and applause rise among the pub's patrons. Because, possibly off-key public singing aside, girl, that was great. I feel like I'm on top of the world right now, and that's a good reason as any to belt out in front of these strangers. Personally, okay, it can be fun. It can absolutely be fun, because a lot of times when you go to karaoke night at bars like this, or just, you know, anywhere, it's super fun, you know, because everybody's drunk off their ass. Nobody really cares if you're good or not. If you're good, then cool. If you're not, whatever. People will sing along anyway. It doesn't really matter. But I'm so like, I really prefer to just be in a little booth all with a specific group of friends and doing karaoke that way. Oh, I'm stretching. I just find it more fun when it's more private. But there's definitely some fun to be had in a public karaoke. With good drinks and good friends, nowhere else I'd rather be tonight. Exactly. And I forget for a short while.
And that song was brought to you by Marianne McCullough, everyone. A round of applause.
Girl, you're friends. Hey.
That was so
Hi.
good. You rock, Marianne.
Wow, you're so beautiful.
Please stop. You're just saying that.
You know neither of us can hold a tune, Marianne. A toast to our shameless drunk singer. May your drinks forever flow and your notes be ever lovely.
Cheers.
If anyone deserves a toast tonight, that's Cam. Finally sealed the deal after 3 years, eh?
Wow.
Read 'em and wait, bitches.
Kamala's diamond engagement ring gleams as she holds it up for all the world to see. She has reason to be proud. 3 years of living together, and her boyfriend finally asked her the big question. Obviously, she said yes.
Don't get too attached to that ring or the one after, sweetie. I was wearing a wedding ring not so long ago, and look at where I am.
Damn.
But enough of me being a downer. Cheers to a happy engagement!
Of course, if something like Haruna's divorce were to happen, I'd be there for Cam. Just as Ken been there for me. Acting more than just my yoga instructor. I can't be happier for my friend right now.
Cheers! Cheers.
Well, we both will be there for Cam, won't we? Haruna and I? Haruna, it's been a real bad year for her ever since her divorce. She's such a nice person, even loaning me money to open a studio. And she didn't deserve what her husband had pulled. Oh, what the fuck did he do? Girl, get rid of her. Get rid of him. I'm happy she's smiling again and pigging out like she used to. I think we all missed our Japanese firecracker. I assume she was probably Japanese. We met in yoga class, something I had joined to keep myself in shape and, well, honestly, so I could make friends when I had moved to Luxbourne. Clearly it worked like a charm. And it definitely didn't have anything to do with the fact that I brought my lucky D20 die with me on that first day. No, sir. Oh my god, she is a nerd. Oh, fantastic. I love these girls so much.
What about you, Marianne? You're 30 years old and you still haven't got yourself a man.
She's 30. Oh my god, she's 30. Hell yeah. Gosh, she's so beautiful.
And you guys know I have a very busy schedule. I don't have time for that.
Oh, come on. That's a lame excuse and you know it. You need a man who'll take care of you and you need it now. Maybe some hunk will be your house hubby while you rake in the dough.
I'm quite capable of taking care of myself. Who needs a Mr. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Fuck that guy.
Hey, look at me. I'm Marion McCullough, a lawful neutral cleric with 9 points in wisdom and 8 in charisma, but I can't get myself a date.
Haha, very funny. 9 points in wisdom and 8 in charisma. Holy fuck. She got negative modifiers. That would be a -1 for both. Hold on. Okay. Lawful neutral. You think she would be a cleric? Maybe. With her interest in architecture, I figured she would be more of an artificer, but was artificer around at the time that this game was released? Maybe that wasn't. It had to be. I mentioned druids and demons once. They don't even know the rules or understand what the numbers mean. And I certainly am not some sort of holy person. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm a far cry from a miracle worker, and I barely have the willpower to fight off demons, especially my own.
Actually,
Are you
maybe she
a
isn't looking
warlock?
for a Mr. Right, but a Mrs. Right.
I hope so.
Oh, my Marianne, we still love you even if you're in the closet. That would explain some things. How do you know you don't have a ring anymore? Maybe you two can be together and I don't have to worry about my best girls being alone.
What are you on about? There's nothing to explain.
Girl, you don't have to hide from your besties. They accept you. But the more I deny, the louder they tease until the other people in the pub start to watch. It doesn't help at all when Haruna drapes her arm over my shoulders and leans
Will I
in.
be all yours then? Will you be making me feel like a woman?
Whoa. 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 Okay, yeah, if she's uncomfortable, then we gotta cut it. I know that they're just kidding around, but this doesn't make me feel comfortable in the slightest. So when Kamala notices my silence and Haruna sees the expression on my face, they stop. Oh, good. Okay. And when the awkward air settles over us, the rest of the pub goes back to whatever they were doing before the whole thing ever happened. God, I keep going southern with it. They probably won't even remember it when they wake up with massive hangovers anyway.
Sorry.
Me too.
Hey, no hard
That's
feelings,
okay.
right?
But at least they apologize. That's nice. That's nice. They are good friends then. I raise my glass. I smile. We drink. There's no need to say more. We're all definitely far too drunk tonight. Eventually the fun times end. It is a weekday after all. With Haruna being a nurse. Oh, good luck, girl. She still has to get ready for her next shift. Cam also has a loving fiance waiting for her at home. And really didn't have to make a fuss about having left some buns in the oven while she took off early. Really, I understand. I was the one who insisted. Was determined to get pissed drunk anyway. Moving to the bar, I sit. Alone at last. Oh, fuck this guy. Alone with a stranger. I didn't see him here before. Obviously not a regular. He hasn't said a word and just sits there savoring his drink. With his whiskey served neat in one hand and a lighter in the other, it doesn't seem like he notices me yet. And maybe I should go before he does look my way. Because he was... Oh, Jesus. I do not think he's pretty. Yes, he was pretty and he was blonde, and those two things plus alcohol never did me any good. Oh, damn. Oh, shit. I thought too late. Judging by the way his flushed face and dazed look in his eyes, he's as pissed drunk as I am. But whereas I feel like keeling over, he looks like he's still ready to take the catwalk by storm. Really, he just has the air of one of those men who think they own the world. Yeah, exactly. Fuck this guy.
Hello there, sexy.
Gross.
Please don't stand up on my account. I already like what I see.
Gross. You have a
Fancy
wife.
Drink. It'll be on me.
You have a wife. But then again, I'd be pleasantly surprised if he proves me wrong. No, Marianne, get out of there.
Want some between the sheets?
Ew.
Sex on the beach? I'm talking cocktails, of course.
That's so... I like the way you said that. On the beach. Fast chance. But it doesn't matter. We both know how to play this game. And there are two different ways for the night to end. One thing or another is going to happen. The question is, what do I want to do?
Oh, no, that's fine. I'd rather order some blue balls or some AMF if you don't mind.
AMF? I'm not sure what that is. Hold on. After morning something? AMF drink? Oh. Oh, I've had this before, but I call it a blue motherfucker. It's called an adios motherfucker. That's so funny. I called it a blue motherfucker. That's also a name that I was told when I went to a bar. Oh my god, they're so good. That's funny. He looks like he's about to say some witty retort, but stops himself and downs the rest of his whiskey. I order a mint julep. He gets another whiskey, and we start the customary small talk. Of course, the saying, ask me no questions and I'll tell you no lies, goes without saying. We ask nothing about each other, offering up falsehoods to establish a strenuous fake connection between two strangers at a pub, if only to pass the time. Whiskey, as I've come to call him, is supposedly 21. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Single. Oh, okay. All of these are lies. Fantastic. Takes care of his sick mother and is a manager of some sort. Manager of what? I didn't care to listen to the details. Meanwhile, Mint, as he has come to call me, is 29 and I'm... What did I say I was again? Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. Oh, yes. I told him I was a professional chocolate taster. Because fuck it. If I'm going to lie about what my job is, I might as well have fun with it. It's a pretty decent chat between two pretty drunk strangers. Maybe it's just me, but we might be as fucking well expend the tiniest amount of effort in pretending there's... Oh, God. Ew. Gross. There's something meaningful in this meeting. Ew. Would have been nice, too, if it was just left at that. But during a lull in conversation, he brings it up.
No, I've never been with a woman taller than me.
Well, you're not going to. And to think he might have been different from the rest.
Never have and never will. Whiskey.
Uh-huh.
Can we go back to the history of chocolates?
I would like that.
Did you know that chocolate candy was introduced in 19th century England as a healthier alternative to alcohol?
Really? Oh, that's fascinating. I didn't know that. Real if true. St. Lucy was the most beautiful woman of her time. She had men come from the four corners of the world just to see the pure light of her exquisite green eyes. If she were so lucky, anyway.
No, enough of the history lesson.
No, tell me more.
Come on, Mint. You know it.
Ew.
I know what you came here for.
Ew. I came here for a wedding party? That's an engagement party? Yeah. Though not every suitor was gallant, and she was no fool, she had known that sooner or later, she wouldn't be able to defend her chastity.
Come on. There
Gross.
must be something that gets you going.
Gross. So she had taken out a knife and gouged out her own eyes.
There is something.
Good for her.
I don't think you can handle it.
Yeah, gouging out your eyes. Impressed with her devotion, God restored her eyes and made them more beautiful than before. He had a peculiar sense of humor, hasn't he? Because that only meant suitors kept going after Lucy, and she kept her eyes in a chalice to scare them away. Oh, that's fun.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I can handle whatever it is.
Dope if true on that little history lesson. Saint Lucy, help me. Help me turn away from sin. Oh, I will help you, girl. Help me with my own blindness.
My place isn't too far from
No,
here.
gross.
I won't take care of you if it ends up being too much for you.
Gross. Don't do it. Don't do it, Mariette.
And no one will
Please.
be able to hear you if you try to scream.
Mariette, don't do it.
You sure you want to go down that road, pretty boy?
He's not. He's really not.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Gross. Gross. Marianne, no! Marianne, no! Don't do it! Fuck! Shit! Oh, gross. I hate this. The best thing about having my condo so close from the pub is the ease of access. As long as I can still stand and walk, I can make it home. Maybe I need help from a kind neighbor or two to help me with the last leg if I've really gone overboard on the alcohol. But I've always made it home. Sometimes with company. Of course, this always comes with complications, especially with the real clingy ones. But it isn't anything a good tip about stalkers to the building security can't fix. I'm always nervous though, even if this isn't the first time I've done this. Ew, don't, ew, fuck this guy, Marianne. You can do so much better, girl. Fuck this guy. Ah, son of a bitch. I hate it here. And the first few minutes when we enter my room are the first few agonizing minutes where I try not to panic. Okay, Mac. So far, so good. Don't let him smell your fear under all that liquid courage. He'll leave sooner or later, and I'll never have to see him again. Just like every other man before him. God, I hope so. Why would you even bring him home in the first place if you didn't want it? Girl, what is happening here? I like to say to myself that the men I've brought to my place were more scared than I was. Yet there is no Yet there's no fear when I look into Whiskey's eyes, only delight. Ew. 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 I hate this. Gross. When he starts touching me, I don't even hesitate when and he's married! When I push him against the door, roughness is to be expected. And as long as he sticks to the script, everything will go smoothly. We'll have our little tumble in the sheets, he'll leave, we'll forget about it. Somebody asked what I really wanted. I would have told them that I wanted a bed of roses, chocolates, and music. Maybe an Irish castle. Irish castle. Oh, but what I really want is her. Oh my god. And that's never going to be a reality. Girl, you can start by not sleeping with this fucking guy. That's crazy. And then who she referred to as Whiskey, and in turn she was called Mint. You don't listen, Marianne, you don't know, and that's okay, I understand. But that was my fault, of course. Because I was afraid. Because I was a coward. I would never hold a candle up to her. She was the light of my life. And I had let her go. I can't even be bothered at the thought of her. Just a single thought of her makes me resolve to see this affair through waver.
Wait.
What is it now?
Yes, what is it now? Get him the fuck out of here! No! Fuck this guy! Not even just like an interest to see branching paths and stuff like that. Oh, it leads to the same shit anyway. Well, I guess maybe not because of the future. But listen, girl. Fuck this guy for multiple reasons. Get him the fuck out of here.
We're both drunk.
And?
Get him the fuck out of here. Ew, did this build more bond with him? That's crazy. That's crazy. It did! Why did he like that? Motherfucker, whatever, get out of here.
This is wrong. Don't you think it's a bit fucked up that we're about to have sex and we're just calling each other by the drinks that we had?
Well, that part I don't really care about, because one night stands are just like, whatever. You do what you want with your life and your body. But the problem is he's fucking married.
How messed up are we?
Marianne.
Doll, shut up with the ethics and morality talk. It is seriously putting me out of the mood.
If you want to leave now, Whiskey, I understand. I mean, with how smashed you are, it'd probably be best for you to sleep the night unless you want to be mugged. But I won't stop you. And this isn't going to happen.
Good.
Bloody hell.
Good. Say no. Got blocked is the achievement I got. Good. Hate it. Was it? Yes, this one. Yeah, fuck off. Eat shit. Of course he's annoyed at me for putting off our night of sexual congress, but no means no. Mm-hmm. And beyond spewing a few profanities under his breath, he surprisingly simmered down soon enough. I was worried for a moment that he might try to force something. Me too. Instead, he makes a show of fixing his suit and smoothing down his hair before making himself comfortable in the nearest seat he could find.
What are you doing there?
Really?
You have a guest in your home. Put the damn kettle on.
Okay.
Dandelion tea if you have it. But I suppose all you have are those shitty tea bags from the store.
Listen, they do the job. Okay. I do have loose leaf tea. But listen, an Earl Grey tea bag is fine. It's delicious. Thank you. If it isn't for the absurdity of this turn of events, I would have flipped him off for thinking I have no taste. But in the end, I just laugh. All I got are cans of Korean ginseng and lemon balm, though. No dandelion. Without a second thought, I do wet the tea. That's 3 minutes to get the kettle to a boil. 3 minutes where we say nothing to each other. I mean, what do you even say to a guy I was going to sleep with until I changed my mind? I doubt he's in the mood to talk about the influence of Troy's on Mallory. Yes, I said that right? It's still unusual by the time we're both seated on my bed with mugs of tea in hand.
Just so you know, whatever is going on right now is a lot stranger and fucked up than the one night stand.
It's true. This is a lot weirder. But whatever, fuck this guy. I don't want you to sleep with him, Marianne, for a multitude of reasons. Because I fucking hate him.
Messed up individuals by your logic.
Everything is messed up, if you ask me. War, terrorism, famine, poverty, loved ones and loved lost. Oh.
Whatever, motherfucker. You're racist as hell and gross.
This whole world is a cesspool.
Yeah, and you're cheating on your wife. The dead air is telling when it fills the room once more. Well, even that, I was gonna say he didn't actually cheat yet, but he had full intention to, and I think he still does, even without Marianne. One would think that this is the perfect time to burst, to spill about whatever issues that made us fucked up person we are today. And it is. But I guess some part of me would rather not put the weight of my problems on somebody else's shoulders. It wouldn't be fair to leave that to a person when I don't even know if we'll see each other again. Sooner rather than later, we both passed out on my bed, mugs left forgotten on the floor. Kick him out. Get him out of here. Good. When I wake, whiskey is already gone. A bottle of painkillers and a note on the table were the only evidence that I wasn't alone last night. I don't even question where these are from, or just how he knew my real name. Well, your computer's open, so I'm just grateful for something to help with the hangover. Might as well. I have a job to do. It isn't often that I think about drinking on the job. But after meeting with the Wrights yesterday, really makes me want to break my self-imposed rules. Oh, good. Yes. Because first off, fucking damn whiskey was fucking damn Mr. Right. And to top it all off, they had somehow forgotten to inform me that they didn't own the Ermengarde mansion yet when they hired me. What sort of person does that?
Ugh, rich people.
I know. I got a girl. This came from Marianne. Marianne, one night stand. Yep. I could do nothing but twiddle my thumbs at this, however. Twiddle my thumbs and wait for the go signal. It's not like I can accept any other smaller projects. This is a big job that I should be ready to start on it at any time. Not to mention that my PA practically begged me to be patient and wait this out. It was a hard decision to agree, but I did so in the end. Besides, I'm doing this for the Ermengarde mansion, not for anyone or anything else. I've had a headache whatever I do anyway. I'd go to the pub again, but Seeing what happened a few days ago, I'd rather not end up in bed with another potential client again. And it might be a huge leap in logic. But a library is the next best thing after a pub. Well, it's quiet, you know? Some pubs can be quiet. I have to go there anyway. I need more books for Dad. Plus, I also need to return the ones I borrowed last time. Sorry, hold on. Interesting. Okay. Finding a new book or two to read by myself while I have nothing to do isn't such a bad thing either. So on a Saturday morning, I find myself going to the only library in Luxbourne to hopefully cool off. After returning an Erzuli? What? And a poetry book by Henry of Podbrady? I asked the librarian about the several titles on my list, though I don't have much luck on that front. Dialogue with Death has already been snatched, and she bluntly said that she did not keep our mathematical universe for someone who didn't return books on time. I make headway at least when I ask about Siege and Siege and Rendition of Havana by Jacob de Pezuela. A lot happening here right now. If you count her snarling and pointing at the history section as headway, that is. The history section is devoid of any other except for myself and a redhead. Though I'd wager a guess that red's just passing by to get to the classical literature section. So many books, so little time. Scanning the books and seeing so many wonderful titles gives me great pleasure. That's when I spot it.
Hello, sailor. Why don't you come to Mama?
Wham! It's not the naval battle book I was hoping for. No, it's even better. The newly acquired History of Luxbourne Architecture, first edition too. I know, I just have to get it. I've been waiting to get my hands on the book for so long. The fact that there's only one copy proves it to be a problem though, when Red reaches out for it at the same time I do.
I think I had this first, miss.
Damn, get her. I can only stare her down when she refuses to let go of the book. Refusing to let go of it as well, I raise a brow at her in hopes that the fact that I was significantly taller than her would intimidate the girl. Even then, she refused with a rebellious look.
This isn't exactly light reading, miss.
Wow, the girls are fighting.
I mean, do you even know which architect was at the forefront of 18th century Irish architecture?
A beat. She blinks and I can't help the smirk on my face, which is wiped off when she opens her mouth.
Edward Lovett Pierce, who established the Palladian style through his work with Castletown House and the Irish Houses of Parliament.
Yeah, get her, girl.
This bridge was destroyed in this year to delay French troops while under the regency of Mary of Guise.
That is not what I was expecting. Let's be honest, how many people would know these history facts? Aside from me, anyway.
Going right to the obscure ones, aren't you? Easy enough. Tullybody Old Bridge in Clackmannanshire, Scotland, on the January of 1560, if we want to be specific.
Suddenly, it's a game where we throw these history questions and facts at each other, back and forth in hushed tones unless we want to be thrown out of the library. After a while, it goes from some strange competition into the strange but friendly banter, if it could be called that. But as fun as it is, the exchange soon slows down until we're grinning about how odd this whole scene is.
My desire for potatoes doesn't quite match what the stereotypes suggest.
Rebecca Gales, the Scots' supposed hatred for the English wasn't enough to stop me from teaching their little spawns.
So she's Scottish. Okay. I feel like I was told that before, but she has a primarily British accent, because that's definitely not Scottish. Gales, huh? I guess, yeah. That's Gaelic. Gales. By then, we'd have forgotten about our little tug of war, although she still holds the book in her hands. I have let go of it without realizing when she answered my first question.
History teacher, then?
Got it in one.
No wonder you gave me a run for my money. Now, if we're talking about architecture, I'd blow you out of the water. You're from where? Luxburn Uni?
Oh no, just St. Goretti's.
Ah yes, Saint Goretti. You'd think a school who would choose a more appropriate saint to name themselves after, especially when they have very young students.
And I'm guessing you're an architect, if you're so confident about the subject.
Interior designer, Miss Gales.
Please, just call me Rebecca. You aren't one of my students, are you?
Marianne, then.
I could have said I was an architect, but there's no point in explaining why I wasn't one anymore.
So, I've never seen you before. I'd like to think I've met every history aficionado in town.
Aficionado.
I blame the rock I've been hiding under, of course. That, and I'm usually only here on the weekdays if time allows. Work often has me meeting clients on the weekends.
That must be interesting work.
It allows for some creative freedom, sure. But it's like working with children sometimes. Though you probably have it harder working with actual children. The hardest part is convincing them that your idea is their idea.
That sounds exciting.
It is!
But isn't that true for any workplace, though? We just cross our fingers and hope there aren't any man-children in charge of important things. Any big projects right now? I can't imagine that interior designing is a frequent thing.
Oh, you know, here and there.
I'm working on the Ermengarde mansion. Lucky me. That mansion. Intach. Wonderful. Breathtaking. I can't wait to start in it.
Maybe it's just me, but I've never heard that be used.
Now that is beautiful architecture.
A pause. It looks like she wants to say something, and I mentioned the house. I'm not surprised. The place is certainly popular with the locals, especially with the urban legends attached to it. The next second, though, she seems to think better of it and drops what she's about to say.
So, do you have a portfolio or anything I can take a look at? I'd love to see your designs. Maybe you have some on a tablet? I've met some designers before, and they're always going crazy over these virtual room apps or another.
A tablet? Please. Callicrates didn't need those silly iTabs when he built the Parthenon. I certainly don't need one to design a house.
Yeah, but they make things so easy and nice and accessible. The computer back at my place is all I have. Why should I buy such an expensive gadget that will just get outdated within a year when what I have is just as functional? I mean, that's fair. The traditional ways have had a far more personal touch in my opinion. Not to mention those smartphones are awful tools of procrastination. That's true. I can't even count on one hand the number of people I see going outside only to have their eyes glued to the things. And fuck touchscreens. Fuck touchscreens. They're evil things that make typing what should have been a simple task harder.
I do have an online portfolio if you'd like. I can...
Speaking or thinking of the devil seems to have summoned it. Because before I can even carry on, Rebecca's attention wanes as she pulls out her mobile. Maybe it's mobile. Oh, sorry, clicked out. From what I can only assume is a call. Oh, sorry, I have like a burp trapped. Ugh. It escaped me. From what I can only assume is a call, she gives me an apologetic look before she's standing up and excusing herself off farther into an aisle as she goes for some privacy. I do my best to give it to her as well, trying to tune her out.
Belle, is something wrong? Lunch at the coffee house? Sure, I can make it. I'm not too far. I can be there in 10.
But with how quiet the surrounding is, she can't blame me if I overhear snippets of her conversation. When she returns with a sheepish look on her face, it's dying. My Irish is dying. It wasn't there to begin with, but it's especially dying right now. I know that our friendly chat has to be cut short.
Sorry, I have to go and meet with some friends.
It's fine. Totally fine. No need to even apologize.
Yeah, we're strangers, so
About
it's fine.
the book.
Her embarrassment increases twofold when she realizes she's still holding on to the history of Luxburn architecture. I don't give her time to think about it, as I put my hand up and shake my head, fishing out a pen and paper from my bag along with my business cards, hand them over to her.
You know, I'm busy with work, so I might not even be able to take a peek at it anytime soon. You can go ahead and have it, but you'll have to ring me up when you're returning it just so I can snag it right away. Deal?
She makes quick work, penning her number down and handing it back to me with a grin.
Deal. Just message me during school hours, of course.
Of course.
You have a good day then.
You do.
You too.
With Rebecca gone, I'm left alone standing in the history section. Although my original plans were simply to sit down and read a good book, our little pop quiz, if you could call it that, made time pass without any of us ever even realizing it. It was fun, and I do believe I made a new friend. Good job, Marianne. Even with the talk of lunch, however, I don't feel like grabbing a bite to eat. There are still other books to be read here, and I'm hoping to find something that will help me while I work with the rights. Something like How to Deal with Arseholes Professionally 101, just in case. There's a lot of those. I've dealt with a lot of uppity, snooty, and rich clients before, but it's still better to be safe than sorry. Because Luke Wright just takes the fucking cake. And he probably manages to eat it too. It seems the world is conspiring to keep me from my me time, as my mobile vibrates in my pockets the moments I find something from the shelves of the classic literature section.
Marianne McCulloch, Charlie Rose Design speaking.
Trolley.
Rose Cooper here, Miss McCullough. I hope I didn't catch you at a bad time or anything.
Damn. Rest in peace, girlie.
I just wanted to check in and tell you that we've got the clear to hand over the documents. Madam Wright told us that we should forward the floor plans to you.
Already? How did they go through the process so fast? Oh, God. Surely there are so many red tapes to even acquire the forms in the transferring of rights. No matter how rich the rights are, it shouldn't be this quick, right? There's a lot of right there.
If I can just have your email, I'll be sending them your way.
Thanks,
I'd
bestie.
actually like a physical copy of the floor plans.
Peas.
Oh, I suppose that's fine. I'm not at the office right now, but I can inform Miss Santos of your request.
I'll make sure to drop by the office after lunch if that's fine.
Sounds good.
Not a problem. Right. Well, cheers.
Ugh, I feel like my tea gets cold so fast. I really want one of those desk tea mug warmers so bad.
Right. Cheers.
Cheers. Which is on my throne. Hint, hint, wink, wink. No, don't actually. But if you find it in your heart, sure. But you don't have to do that. I don't know. I just don't. Is there some sort of deeper miscommunication when we last met? These things take time. It's been what, a day? Less than that even. There isn't even a point in trying to make sense of these people who seem to be larger than life. As it looks like I'm on the clock starting today, I might as well eat. Grabbing some fish and chips from one of the street food stalls, I find a table to spend time with a copy of Marquis de Sade's The Crime of Love, since Rebecca left with the book I wanted. I've read this one before, along with the rest of his works. This will be the 18th time. Girl! Well, if you like it, I guess. It's always nice to read through it again, but when I don't have the time to enjoy something new. Besides, when you're dealing with people so filthy rich that they just end up plain filthy, you need the good old Marquis sound advice. Oops.
La blessure se trouvant sans aucune sorte de conséquence.
Conséquence. Good are you, girl. Your accent's better than mine. The wound being without any consequence. So, are you reading it? Is it just fully in French? Or are you quoting? Who knows? Of course, it's folly to think that things have no consequence when everything actually does. Sorry, I thought I got a call. Briar Realty Corporation's Luxburn branch isn't too far off from the city center. Just a few blocks away, and I can easily eat and walk. I'd rather use this time to rest before I go into a flurry of activity. No doubt there'll be so much to do once we get hands-on with the mansion.
Still a lot better than working on another condo, at least.
Yeah, that's nice. Surely, no matter how much BRC and the old owners put into the restoration and preservation of the place, any big repairs would be superficial at most. I'm quite certain that in their haste to sell the property, they did a rush job. It isn't an infrequent thing to do, despite how it is frowned upon. That's true. There'll be a lot of hidden issues that will need to be weeded out, and I have to make sure to find every single one of them, especially the more serious damages. Structural integrity is definitely on top of the list we'll have to consider. The building might look sturdy, but it is centuries old. That alone will likely pose a few problems here and there, put limitations on what we can do. Besides, despite how much I detest these rich snobs, they can pay rather handsomely, so long as I do an excellent job and do more than necessary. Those two things always made sure the referrals keep coming. I don't even have to hunt down projects for myself. Oh, good. When I do go up to BRC office, I can't help but stop and stare when I enter the building. With the lunch hour closing, employees should have been back already, if they still aren't filtering through the doors. I get that it's a Saturday? Girl. The people probably feel tired and lazy to be working on a weekend. They're still on the clock, and not bumming about wasting company time on extended lunch breaks and cigarette sessions. The office is spacious, and it is with these big corporations. Each person is given their little space of what's usually a 2x2 meter cubicle. There's a lot more empty chairs than there are actual people working at their desks. Reminds me far too much of my last day at Poritskova Projects during the massive layoff due to the Irish economic crisis. And it isn't just that, though. Everything is as quiet as the grave. It's as if these people are merely ghosts. Speaking of ghosts, did we leave off with her in the... Is this where we left off with Isabella? No, because didn't she go home? Or no, I can't remember which route it was. Speaking of ghosts, Santos comes in through the door, looking as if she's just seen one. She looks at me wide-eyed, like a deer caught in the headlights, ready to bolt at any moment. I'd ask out of concern, but I feel like it's not my position to do so. What if it's something personal? It'd simply be overstepping my boundaries. Really, it's none of my business.
I presume that Miss Cooper told you why I'm here, Miss Santos?
Is this the route? This is after? Let me check. Did she arrive at that time? I don't remember. Okay, this is an emotional moment of her father's. Yep, nonetheless, to continue to work hard. Okay. This is, yeah, same day. Okay. Hmm. I don't know. I don't remember.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Sorry, I just got back from lunch, you know? But it won't take too long. Don't worry.
Of course it won't. This whole project has established itself to be a matter done in haste. I do hope it doesn't mean that people are being careless in their duties.
She flinches and looks like she doesn't know quite how to respond to that. Thankfully, instead of opening her mouth, she leads the way toward her station and goes to fetch the floor plans. It won't take too long, she said, but it does take a bit. Time spent to compose herself, most likely.
No, we usually just email these things.
I prefer the real thing.
Not that you would know. Hey. Hey, tone it down. Tone it down. You probably have your nose stuck in front of a smartphone when you're not working. And even when you should be working, you play those mindless, addictive games. You don't know her life. I definitely wish Chris would stop playing that bat cat thingy during work hours too. Bat cat? And I was gonna say, is it like battle cats? But maybe it's something else.
I know what you mean. Digital painting is nice, but nothing beats the smell of real paint.
Well, I don't know. I enjoy digital art.
Not that I go and smell paint like a crazy person, but you know, the real thing is different.
Wait, what?
Yes, nothing is quite like the real thing.
Here we are, floor plans. Oh, there are 2 attics. Interesting. Checking out the floor plans, I see I'll have a lot going for me. But now I know how Ray felt when he found the Central Park West building floor plans from that one movie. That's why I became an architect in the first place. There's a theater? Wait, hold on. I gotta look closer at this. Okay. What do we have here? So the garden, first floor. Oh, sorry, this is British. Yes, so first floor is not actually the first floor. That would be the second floor. So ground floor is, I always forget that because I'm like, no, first floor. Obviously, the first floor is the floor that you start on. Nope, ground floor. Okay, so coming in from the garden to the ball. Oh, no, this is the front. Okay. So the porch, foyer. Yeah, the big stairs that go up to the ballroom and also to the garden. Oh, the behind is the ballroom. And the dining hall and the kitchen. Okay, the cellar is over there. That's where we were in. And we can go over here to the parlor. I think we've been in the parlor too. The parlor's bigger than I thought it was. Interesting. This is a huge music room. Music room, hall leading to the basement. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Another hall that leads down into servants' quarters, I assume. From the time it was built, and going up to the second floor, first floor, I guess. Balcony, yeah. Oh, okay. I'm seeing what this layout is like. Balcony front, back into the sides. Hallway, and the master bed where the 2 are. It connects to another room. Interesting. Balcony over there. Yeah, we saw that. Stairs to the attic. Big hallway. Conference room. A theater. Oh my god. And the study. Yeah, we were in the study too. And another bedroom and balcony. And then 2 attics. I thought they would be connected, but it makes sense to me that they wouldn't be. Jacobean style at its finest. A thing of beauty. Look at these gorgeous rooms. Delicate harmony between empty spaces. And speaking of empty spaces, there's something rather odd about these ones.
I feel a bit silly saying it out loud because I've never lived in a big house, let alone a mansion. But during the tour, I had the distinct impression that the rooms were bigger.
Yeah, they look big.
Maybe the scale is wrong?
Yeah.
It's not much of a problem. And it is an old house.
Maybe. There had been little details here and there that I would have liked to address during the open house too. But it was all forgotten in the wake of Miss Santos's incident and the trouble with ownership. The wine cellar is going to be a problem. I shudder to think what sort of repairs they did to the place. Yeah, we don't have a map of the wine cellar and what that looks like. There might have been things that were swept under the rug, pushed to the dark corner of the rooms, and hidden away in barrels. Water damage could have been covered up. There had been floods due to heavy rains in West England just last year, after all. And if there is any sort of damage to the house's foundation, that's going to be a lot of work. I was not able to look at the attic as well. For all I know, a whole family of vermin could have made their nest there. Working with pest control is always the worst. The sheer size of this place is staggering, even if I did just say it was a lot smaller than I thought. I might just be biting off more than I can chew, but who doesn't like a good challenge? First things first, I'll have to.
So, do you want a coffee? The one from the staff room is pretty decent.
There's really no need. I'm sure you have rules against it.
Epic.
Rules against bringing someone coffee? That's ridiculous. And even if there were regulations against it, nobody's really here to tell Sir John. I've already brought 2 mugs, and I'm not going to drink them on my own. Come on.
I have to stamp down my annoyance at being distracted. Seeing the girl, the young woman though, looks as if she had a lot on her mind. If babbling is her way of dealing with stray thoughts, I'm not really the one she should be babbling to. How should I respond? You should be nice. Be nice. I give her time to speak up. But when she just stares, I clear my throat.
Yes? You have something to say?
Oh wow, look at our friendship. Great. As embarrassment creeps up on her face, I snatch one of the coffees from her and take a sip. Too hot.
Just thinking and speaking off the record, it must be fun what you do. You go to people's houses and you make them, well, pretty. You're sharing your art with them.
It's a little bit more complex than that. But if you put it that way, it is fun. I wouldn't have done it for 7 years if it wasn't a little bit fun, I guess.
These big clients always have paintings in their homes. Do you have a supplier for art pieces?
I didn't expect to hear such a question from her, seeing how well she handled herself yesterday. I didn't doubt it then, why she was assigned to an important task like the Ermengarde mansion despite the little accident she'd had. Now she just looks too young, too nervous and unsure of herself, although her enthusiasm must make up for that in spades. In fact, I wouldn't have believed it if she introduced herself the way she is at the moment. Why, watching her now, she actually looks like she could still be in college. Acts a bit like it too when I think about it. I thought she was a teen slumming it out in the mansion when I first saw her there, lying on the ground. Surprise, surprise, she turned out to be one of the estate agents handling the property.
Clients usually support artists of their own choice.
Hmm.
If they don't, I'm always happy to refer those that I know.
Interesting.
That's cool.
It is cool.
They're very picky. I don't think a hobbyist will have an easy time getting their work sold.
Hey, I'll have you know I was a student of the fine arts.
And yet, here you are, selling property. Maybe you weren't a very fine student of the arts.
Damn, girl, chill. Maybe I took that a bit too far. She bites her cheek and it looks like she's barely holding herself
It's
back.
not like I had a choice.
Yeah. She mutters it under her breath. I barely even hear her. The hurt is there. It makes one wonder what brought us on. Although it is understandable, for reasons what I think it is, very few people make it big in the art world. I can see why she'd be upset about it with that enthusiasm. I didn't have a choice when I left Ireland. It was that or years of unemployment. The recession and the toll it took on the construction industry was out of anyone's control. I don't know what choice she was able to make, whether it was about her being at art school or something else. But the world isn't a fair place. And the sooner she accepts it, the better. Still, that forlorn look on her face, I can't help but sigh. Girl reminds me far too much of myself when I was younger.
Well, if you're thinking of commissioning your paintings, I'll have to see your work first.
Oh, it's not... I didn't mean it like that. I don't have any paintings.
Really? You sounded a lot like you still did art or want to.
She does.
Now I'm starting to worry that you might just like the smell of paint.
I'm not a paint huffer, sheesh. I just mean I don't make much anymore. I don't really have the time for it. The tools and materials aren't exactly cheap either.
Yeah.
Everything has a price. It sounds like you're making excuses for something you're presumably passionate about. If you really want to practice art, a little out of your wallet isn't much.
It's not that simple.
Yeah.
It's not. Life's simple. People just like to make it complex.
I don't quite agree with that.
Speaking off the record, I have some advice for you, kid.
Grow up, kid. Is the achievement I got.
Either go for what you want, or stop thinking about it when you have something else. That is unless you enjoy making yourself miserable, then by all means.
You know, if you wanted to look at the floor plans without me bothering you, you could have just said so.
Would you have left me alone?
We'll never know now, will we?
A strained air settles in the room afterwards. Doesn't help that she doesn't immediately leave as she has said, lingering awkwardly by the door with that downcast expression. It's clear there's more she means to say, perhaps to even defend herself and her choices in life. Or is she expecting me to dish out more of that advice? It's an awkward affair, and I choose to hightail out of the realty office as quick as I can. While I'm able to keep myself professional at all times does not mean I like it. And seeing that most of the day has already gone by before I realized it, I chose to head back to my flat instead. Despite today being a Saturday. No fun, but at least this way, I can definitely avoid another unpleasant encounter. Considering how much I'll be seeing whiskey in the near foreseeable future, I have a feeling that I'll need the rest the weekend can give me. For the first time in a long while, excited as I am to work on the mansion, I cannot wait to be over and done with this project. Monday couldn't come any sooner. After taking the floor plans from Miss Santos the day before the loss, I spent most of my... So sorry for this accent that I'm trying to do. Sunday drawing up plans and calling in my suppliers. Although no design choices have been made yet, I'm quite sure that they'd want high-end appliances, the most expensive materials, and the most pretentious everything. They usually did, these rich types, based from experience at least. Given how badly this whole thing started, it wouldn't hurt to be prepared. I have to check myself to make sure I'm not playing games with my gloves as one or the other building tenants takes the elevator up with me. Makes me self-conscious. And the woman's eyes go over me, and I'm sure she was going to point out some perceived flaw in my physical appearance. But I'm saved from being paranoid when they went off a few floors later. Still, the ride up to my floor is nerve-wracking. The Royce lived at the very top the penthouse. A creme de la creme when it comes to the condominium in urban living. Just getting access to the place is a whole ordeal of its own. I had to jump so many hoops, so many security checks, just to secure a keycard. Not only because of the building management, but because of the Wright's personal security. I sometimes felt like I'm being interrogated for a crime and not visiting a client at their home. Even when their personal assistant called in to help out and verify my presence, the process is aggravated rather than hastened. Speaking of the devil... The elevator opens and I'm greeted by none other than Whiskey's not so little lackey.
I do apologize if I kept Mr. and Mrs. Wright waiting, but I'm here now and I'm ready, so if I may, where are they?
They've just woken up, but they should be down soon. I'm surprised to see you made it through security. And only 5 minutes late.
You said I'd be through security soon, and it took half an hour. Define soon in this context.
I'd make myself comfortable if I were you. I'm going to go and put the kettle on.
Thanks, bud.
About the tea, I don't want to intrude or anything.
The sir does not like being woken up by the whistling. But who am I to deny tea to a guest?
He shows me to the couch before drifting off towards the kitchen, quietly pulling out a teapot, cups, and all sorts of other things in preparation for the tea. I ignore the animosity towards his employer that his words imply. I wouldn't be too surprised if Whiskey's own people don't like him. Accepting the quiet and isolation instead, I brace myself for what's to come. In this case, soon apparently means more than 5 minutes or even 10. I sit in their living room, just waiting. When the kettle starts whistling and the tea has been served, I continue to wait. At least the silence is relaxing. But there's a crash. I nearly spill tea all over my lap in surprise and look up expecting security to come running. Even the man at the kitchen counter continues to fix breakfast like he heard nothing. I don't want to speak up about it because he looks far too absorbed in his cooking, and I don't want to be the cause of burnt food or worse. However, there's something in me that just wants to figure out what that was, although I'm normally not this nosy. What should I do then? But none of my fucking business. It's probably just the man stomping about. Oh, fantastic. Sometimes it doesn't, like, tell me it saves. Let's take a look here. Interesting. Oh, interesting. Maybe we should check it out for a more interesting time. Ooh. Who knows? I don't know. I'm somebody who minds my own business, especially since they won't be in this house for long, and this is before all the ghost shit happens. Is it? No, they already got the house. But still, she's not possessed yet. It's from the hallway, not the room, so... The crash came from the hallway, and I really shouldn't be snooping about. But it's just concern. Yeah, concern that urges me to check it out. Sneaking a glance at the butler, I consider sneaking off, but...
Excuse me, but where's the loo?
He barely looks my way before pointing a spatula towards the hallway. That's a good excuse as any. If I'm caught lingering longer than I should, I could just excuse myself and say that I wasn't sure which door led to where. Oh. Still looking into the hallway reveals nothing. I don't see anything that may have caused the crash. Oh. The hallway, like the rest of the place, is in pristine condition. There are several doors, not only for the toilet, but also presumably rooms for their butler and for other members of the staff. I stand there, however. Something feels definitely out of place. One of the doors, the nearest within my reach, stands ajar. From inside, a light flickers incessantly. It could simply be a light bulb that needs replacing. But the thought of it in a place so well taken care of seems odd. Off. I think that maybe this is where the crash came from. Inside, I can spy a radio lying on the floor. That's probably it, right? Maybe one of the help? In a hurry to get out of the room, knocked it over in the process? If that's all it is, I really should leave it alone. As I turn to leave, the sound of static fills the air, and a man's tinny voice erupts from the silence. Ooh. Why am I still standing here? Seems familiar, doesn't it? Like I've heard it before. Oh shit. Oh, that scared me. Oh, that one got me. Oh my god. That one got me good. Holy fuck. I recoil, backing away from whatever that was. Ooh, that one got me. In the process, I trip backwards on my feet and wait for the pain of falling flat on my back. Instead, I feel a hand on my back and see a smug smile of, well, guess who?
Oh, don't tell me you're reporting to work drunk, Mint.
Shut up. We're in your house. Of course I know exactly who that voice belongs to. It just has to be him.
Marianne McCullough, hammered on the job? That would be something.
Who's that? But...
Wouldn't dream of it, whiskey. You're allowed to be if you wanted, though it's a bit early for it. So thanks for the save.
Really, it is much appreciated. Even though the circumstances during our first meeting were not savory or wholesome. I can't bring myself to completely look at Mr. Right in a bad light. I fucking can! Girl! Oh my god, you gotta be so fucking for real. We're just gonna pretend that he's not like super fucking racist. Oh my god, this is crazy. It's like... this is not a fucking game. It's not a fucking joke. I swear to god. It's just all the characters just go about it like, oh, he's just he has his problems, but he's just a regular guy. No, he's disgusting. Bothers me to hell that we're just gonna pretend like it's fine. Even though the circus is a bit of a minute, nothing came out of it after all.
It's no trouble at all. I've been told I have a gift for catching pretty ladies. Being a great catch myself.
Shut the fuck up.
Is that so? Would you say you'll be able to catch if another man were to pitch?
Perhaps, but I wouldn't know. I don't play baseball. Mint.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Of course you don't.
I can't help but chuckle at my little joke, but it looks like it completely went over his head. I see. If he understood it, I guess it would have been inappropriate. He is my client, after all. Speaking of which... Where's the missus? Whatever little camaraderie I had with the whiskey is forgotten, however. I straighten up and glance behind him, only to find that he's on his own. Mrs. Wright is still absent. I still remember my place and why I'm here. To continue in such a manner with her husband would feel like a breach of trust between my client and I.
Since you are here, I don't suppose Mrs. Wright is on her way down? It is 10:30 after all.
She'll be down here in a moment. For now, you have me. Can't I just chat with a good friend?
No.
I don't think a night where we talk like two drunk Egypts makes us good friends. And if you have any bit of sense, it's better to forget that night ever happened.
Agreed.
What? Why not? It was a good night, if a bit boring.
Gross.
You know exactly why. We both know what your intentions were that night. And to find out that you're married?
Yeah, bitch.
If there's even an ounce of decency in you,
There's none.
if you'd like the world to be a little less messed up, you'll remember your wife and what you almost did to your Mrs. Wright.
Yeah, you motherfucker. Fuck this guy. Yeah. I want him to fucking hate me. Fuck this guy. I want them to die alone. For Mrs. Wright, for Hannah, I don't know. I'm still kind of like, at least she's better than this fuck, you know? She's a little bit better than this motherfucker. I have hope for Hannah, you know? Well, not anymore because she's fucking possessed. She's going down. But I have like some hope for Hannah in that there's still time. We can turn her life around. Stretching. Ow. But for this fuck, there's no hope. And I want him to die alone. Because fuck this guy. It's better to get that out of the way once and for all.
Well, no need to be such a killjoy about it.
Shut the fuck up. I fucking hate this guy. God, that little tape recorder scene fucking got me. I like felt like she was probably gonna pop out too, or like something was gonna happen, but I don't know. I didn't expect it to be so sudden. I thought she would kind of like maybe like creep up, like a hand would be there first, but she was just like, she's just there. Whoa. That was good. That was a good one. That got me. That got me good. Whoa. The dead air between us, because it can't be anything else but that, is broken as a lively voice calls out from the loft.
Marianne! I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long.
Never, my lady.
We agreed we'd start at 10 o'clock.
Dang, I came right after a jump scare.
With me. Not one bit. It's been like this since I've been in university.
Well, maybe that's for better that you missed the jump scare. It was spoochy. It's 5 minutes till 11 o'clock. These high-end clients sure like to be fashionably late. I'm used to it though, much like how I'm used to so many years of hearing people mispronounce. Yep, that's what I was saying earlier. How she says like Marianne instead of Marianne. Besides, Berating or correcting my client would be extremely impolite. And Marianne doesn't sound too bad. Oh, damn. Doesn't sound too bad when she says it. Oh my lord. Oh my god. I get it, girl. I get it. To be fair, it doesn't seem like she's late on purpose.
I see you're up, darling. You know, you could have woken me up as well. Were you showing Marianne around? Not that there's much to see. This place is so tiny compared to the mansion.
I'm more worried about the way she stares at me. Judging. Such a look. Doesn't suit her pretty face at all. Oh my god, that's crazy. Do you want to ditch your husband and make this a thing? I would. Oh lord. Whoa. Just seeing Mrs. Wright reminds me too much of her. And maybe I'm starting to hear her again. See her again when I shouldn't. I should have left it all behind. Forgotten it. To think she would be looking at me that way. I can just feel my hands tremble.
Oh yes, just showing her around and
Yuri.
Isn't that right, Marianne?
Marianne, you motherfucker.
Yes, of course.
Of course.
And your butler was making breakfast a while ago. So if you want to get right to that.
Breakfast would be lovely.
There's no denying the clients when they invite me over to the table. Though it is too personal to share a meal in their home. Bleh, my Irish is dropping hard. It would be terribly rude to deny their invitation. I already stated though that my Irish is gonna be super fucking bad, so don't come for me. I know it's bad. Ooh, that looks so nice. Oh my god. Oh shit, I want that. Besides, the pancakes did look and smell heavenly. A bowl of clotted cream, fruit syrups, jams, and other spreads are laid out next to them, making for a colorful arrangement. Oh, fuck, that sounds good. I want some, like, if y'all have ever had goat cheese pancakes, fuck, they're so good. Oh my god. If this was brunch with friends, I would have gladly helped myself to the whole lot. But as it is, I accepted just a few pieces of pancakes and topped it off with lemon and sugar.
You know, I was a tiny bit serious when I said I wanted a helipad.
I mean, if you live far, like, pretty far from the city, I could see that being honestly viable. That's fine.
You're not serious about the greenhouse, the vineyard, and the stables.
Well, I do want those too, but I know you'll agree to those.
Okay.
We're talking about interiors here, honey. You don't handle exterior designs and whatever handles those sorts of projects do you, Marianne?
I'm able, actually, and willing to take a project of that nature. I was an architect in Ireland before. Of course, that's another contract entirely.
Yeah.
I also suggest we finish the house itself before working on any additions to the rest of the property. There won't be any problems about ownership this time, will there? Pardon if I'm crossing a line, but the acquisition was rather quick.
Oh, don't you worry. We've got everything sorted this time around. I've talked to Miss Cooper and Mr. John from BRC, as well as the old owners. Everything has been paid in full, and all we're waiting for is the paperwork from the land registry. They're letting us move in as soon as we please. It's not like they were living there in the first place.
That's good to hear. The problems that could arise from renovating another person's home would be, well, let's not dwell on it. First off, we'll want to know how you want the place to look. It's pretty furnished as is, but I understand if you want to modernize the whole thing.
Just, well, I guess it's not an issue, but I feel like I have to periodically check that the audio's not going fucking haywire. Give me 1 second. My fucking dumb ass just realized, oh cool, and hold on, oh god, my model locked for a second. I just fucking realized that I had my background music playing over the game this whole fucking time. We are 2 hours into this fucking game. Oh my fucking God. 'Cause I didn't change it. I didn't change it from Sunday. I thought it was supposed to be there. No, that was my background music playing over my actual fucking game audio. Oh my fucking God. This is what happens when you wake up late. Oh. Ugh. Great stream, everyone. Great. Good stream, everyone. Great to have been here. Lovely. Lovely time. Swear to fucking God. We've been going for 2 hours and my background music was on the whole fucking time. Get it out of here. Get it out of here. I did. I don't need you. I don't need you anymore. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Go away. Yes, you're not allowed here anymore. Oh my fucking God. I'm gonna end it all. Anyway, so sorry about that.
Actually, I'd prefer to keep the place looking as it is, but at the same time, I want modern appliances.
I'm so upset. What the fuck? I didn't think about that at all. Oh my God. It's been playing the whole fucking time. Oh my God.
You worked on the Ludgate's Christchurch summer residence. I do remember there being an oven I thought was a simple drawer before.
Completely fucked. Oh my God, that means I would have fucked with the atmosphere for the... It's fine. There's nothing I can do about it now, so... Oh my God, let me know if the audio is doing its thing again where it gets all fucky. Ugh.
Make them look vintage, antique, blend in with the rest of the decor.
Customize appliances then. I can't find someone for that, and if you can't tell me what you specifically want, it'll hasten up the process. We're talking about electronic appliance manufacturers. If you have a preferred brand to work with.
Splendid! So, what is next on our agenda? All the other interior designers we've hired in the past do not have us this involved.
I stop. What sort of half-baked designer did that? If I knew who they were, I would have words. This isn't the time or place for it, however. Instead, I use this brief pause to pull out the floor plans I brought with me.
We'll have to figure out what you want to do with the rooms. Here, we can have a quick run through.
What is that little room next to the master's bedroom?
Yeah, that's what I want to know. Yeah, the quarters here, like, who? Where did that room come from?
Oh, as far as I could tell when I saw it, it's a second bedroom of sorts. Used, apparently, for the ladies-in-waiting who has served Lady Charlotte Ermengarde, which is strange, as that isn't the norm for these sorts of houses.
Well, we're not stuffing Johans in there. He won't fit. You don't suppose we could turn it into a walk-in closet and a dressing room?
Oh, that'd be fun.
I love fashion, but do we really need to turn an entire room into a walk-in closet, dear? We'll have large closets and a wardrobe in the bedroom already.
Says the one who takes 3/5 of our closet. Well, what do you suggest we do with it?
I thought a utility room of some sort would be nice.
Oh, that's
A
nice.
craft room where I can do fun things.
That would be nice.
Or maybe a children's room might be nice. You know, for when Kylie comes over. Or if Rochelle visits once she's had a baby.
1, you are not inviting that witch. And 2, there's a whole mansion for Kylie to play in. We don't need a children's room, and you don't even do arts and crafts.
What if she does, huh?
I'd like to turn the guest's room and the study into my personal office, by the way, if you don't mind.
Guest room and the study? Both?
You can turn it into a personal office if I can have my utility room. It's just the one room of the many. I'm taking that room for myself, no matter what you say, dearie. So you might as well take this deal. You're always out doing business anyway. The real problem is the theater. Whatever are we going to do with all that space?
Keep it as a theater?
Fine, we could turn it into our own personal cinema, I suppose. Might as well have it, if you plan on not having a telly in the parlor.
Yes, well, I don't want guests to be glued to the telly when they come over for a meal and some tea. By the looks of things, we can keep the rooms as what they are on the ground floor, though. The ballroom would be perfect for parties.
Do we really need a dining hall, though? I don't suppose we can't convert it into a garage.
Why did you say it like that? Is there... For the dining hall? Oh, God, no, I wouldn't do that. That would fuck it up.
What for?
Yeah.
You can park your cars outside.
What about that room, right there, in the northwest corner?
Why is that audio sound so different?
That's sleeping quarters for the household help?
Oh, that is perfect! Johans will be glad if we have other staff members who stayed in. It'd be convenient so they don't have to make the trip from Luxbourne to the mansion when they're needed.
You'll definitely need a lot more people to maintain a property of this size.
The mansion is really a lot bigger than I thought. Look at all these rooms. I didn't even know there was a music room next to the parlor because of what happened.
There was a grand piano in there too, when we
Yeah, that's
checked during
fun.
the tour.
Did you hear that, Luke? Maybe you can take up playing the piano again. Oh, you should have seen him when we were younger, Marianne.
It's not like I was very good with the thing.
Sorry, I was checking.
Oh, hush you. You were no Mozart, but I loved hearing you play nonetheless. He'd come over to my home and he'd play such fun tunes. He'd sing too and I'd dance and it was just...
Mr. White playing the piano. I can't imagine it. But the earnest way in which Miss Wright says so told otherwise.
Anyway, what do you think of these plans, Marianne?
Are we not even going to consider one of my requests? Not even just a closet or just a garage?
Why are you saying it like that? But you get the whole fucking study.
Now,
Shut up.
That isn't fair, is it? You're not the only one who's going to be living here.
You get the study.
I hardly see how that's unfair. I told you you're getting your office and your theater, the greenhouse, the vineyard, and the stables.
Oh God, I'm locking up again. Oh, come on, come on. Excuse me. I don't know why it's... Oh, whoa. Things are going crazy for my model right now. Hey, come back to me. I know you can. Whoa, my camera's going funky. Hold on. It's the curse. I am constantly possessed. Come on, come on. Come on, you can do it. I know you can. I know you can. We were having this issue earlier too. Come on. Here, would it be better if I did this? Where is... Put that back. There we are. Okay. Scooch on over. There we are. I'm back. I'm alive. Whoop. Let me put myself down here. Okay. There we go. Sorry.
That sounds fair, does it not, Marianne?
Oh, geez. I don't know what you said. Okay. Anyway, what do you think of... Okay. What do you think of these plans? Fair as it's here. I can hardly see how that's unfair. I told you you were getting your office, your theater, the greenhouse. Yeah, that's fair. You're being so fucking compensated. I agree with her. Yes, it sounds fair. Miss Wright has her points, though I really didn't want to butt into the spat of a husband and wife. But the way the two were looking at me to settle this, I might as well just keep the facts instead of giving opinions.
Mr. Wright, your plan isn't quite feasible from an architectural perspective. I'm not even sure how much we can do without closer inspection. Well, the one about the garage, at least. A walk-in closet is easy enough, but the garage?
Yeah, exactly.
See, a garage isn't architecturally feasible, and it isn't going to be financially sound as well. We're already going to spend a lot on your other requests. You have several acres of land to park on already.
Yeah, exactly.
What? Did you calculate that on the fly? Financially sound my foot. You're probably just thinking up of imaginary numbers.
Might I remind you that I was a financial manager? I also looked over and approved the expenses of our other houses. I know the rough cost of these things by now, love.
Yeah, I trust her.
Masters in business administration, major in accounting.
Wow.
Sometimes I think you forget that I'm not as dumb as I act.
Yeah, that's for real. That catches my attention more than anything. It sounds more unbelievable than Whiskey playing the piano. She really didn't seem like the type.
Business administration and accounting? What university?
Lux upon you, of course. Go Lux Dragons. Red and gold.
Excuse me? How about we move on this chit-chat ahead and do whatever else needs to be done sometime today? I had to cancel my appointments for this, you know. We might as well do a proper inspection with the designer this time.
Sorry.
Just to get it out of the way.
Yes, no time like the present. You want a thorough inspection? Might as well do it now. We actually took another look at the property yesterday, though it was brief. But I'm sure you would want to see it yourself, to spot anything we might have missed.
It's not like I have much of a choice, do I? Riding to the Ermengarde mansion in their rice is an awkward affair. Not only am I worried about scuffing the expensive leather seats, but I'm also worried about getting in the middle of another couple's spat. With the tension thick in the air, I can feel them staring at each other any time. Nobody is saying anything. Up until Mr. Wright tells his valet to turn the damn radio off. And for a moment, I think that he might start. But instead, he just stays quiet, and so do the rest of us. In the end, the sufferable silence stays. I have never been so glad to see a house. Ooh. All my atmosphere in the earlier times gone due to my own fucking music that I forgot to get rid of from Sunday. Oh my god. Being a streamer is hard. Yeah, fuck this guy. I'll be besties with Hannah. That's fine. I'm so... 2 hours. 2 whole hours of that. I'm so sorry, everyone. Maybe you can just tune it out after a while. The beauty of this place never fails to make me gaze and wonder every time I see it as well. Mrs. Wright moved towards the front door, keys in hand, and I can already hear Mr. Wright plotting.
Right here, Hans. We're going to go in, but I want you to look around the place. Familiarize yourself with it. Know every nook and cranny. Every spot. Go and see where we can put that vineyard and the other things we talked about. We'll want to know where to station security as well, so go around the perimeter and figure it out.
Scout the property and circle the perimeter on foot. You do know this is 46 acres of land, sir.
Well, you are not driving a car over the grass. Put those long, spidery legs of yours to good use. I didn't hire you to stand around and look intimidating. Go, mush.
Someday, I'd like to ask how Johans can even stand and tolerate the man. Why doesn't he just quit? Certainly the pay can't be that good. Even I'm a bit put off by our mutual employer. The only thing that he keeps me from bailing is the fact that we've already signed a contract. At least I'll only be working with them during the duration of the project. He works with them every day.
Sometimes I think you hired me to make me suffer for your amusement.
Someday, I'd ask. I feel a bit bad for him. If it's any consolation, I'll be away from Mr. Wright, if only for a little while. We're able to enter the mansion a bit after standing out there in the sun. This wretched, strange sunlight is far too alien and rare. There had been a bit of a problem, with the missus not knowing which key was which. First I knew on the agenda would be the grand staircase. It seemed sturdy during the open house, but a closer inspection might say otherwise. There are no obvious marks of damage nor wear and tear, probably re-threaded during renovations. Peeking under the grand carpet, the wood is properly installed with the bark placed down to prevent cupping. The carpet itself could use a vacuum, though. Structural conditions, from what I can see without actually dismantling the thing, look to be in good shape, and the handrails and support posts are firm. The work on it should be commended, sorry. Completely other opposite word. I can't look much more into the rest of the foyer, however, because Mr. Wright starts to hurry us into checking the dining hall.
So, what do you think? Certainly we can't turn this area into a garage.
No, that would be awful.
It's Jacobean architecture. I'd say these would be pilasters and not buttresses, but you never really know. They really liked mixing up these elements. You could say it was pretty avant-garde at the time. We might hit a support beam if we're not careful.
And in layman's terms?
From what I see here, we could risk great damage to the house if we try to turn the dining hall into a garage.
The man didn't look too pleased at this. There's a look of disappointment before he sighs and looks around the place with an air of defeat. When he moves to speak, I dread another unreasonable demand. Again.
This will stay a dining hall then. But if I may have another request instead, at least spruce the place up with some flowers, some plants or something. It feels so old and dead in here.
That's perfectly reasonable.
That's hardly unreasonable. Daffodils are a must, I presume.
Daffodil. The look that passes between the two of them. Oh, fuck. There is a genuine look of fondness and something. Genuine look of fondness there. It's the first time I've seen such an exchange between the two of them. If anyone are to see them like this, there's little doubt that they love each other.
Of course. And I want a garden full of them.
That's nice. That also line sounds like it was recorded at a different time.
Excuse me, I'd like to look at the rest of the house. I'll just be around here downstairs if anybody needs me.
That leaves Miss Wright and I.
He's quite fond of them, you know.
I can imagine. He looked terribly upset when we told him he can't have his garage.
I meant the daffodils. We always have a vase full of them in every house we own. Somewhere, I'd like to think. They may be about his mother. He never talks about her. I don't even know her name.
You're not gonna make me empathize with him.
He likes to flatter, claim that they remind him of me, but he's always loved the flowers, even before we married.
You're not gonna make me like him, girly. I'm so sorry. Much like the piano, I didn't take him for a person who liked flowers. Daffodils, least of all. What's next? Am I going to find out that Mr. Wright saves kittens from burning buildings?
I'll go and snoop about upstairs. You go and do whatever it is that you have to do.
As she goes without even asking if I need her here, I'm left standing to stare at the walls. Really, I don't need to do a thorough inspection of the building itself. It isn't really part of an interior designer's job. But the architect in me is committed to doing this task with every project. If I'm going to make a living space that has both form and function, I might as well make sure that the entirety of it is safe for my clients. Since I'm already here, I roam around the dining hall and check things off my punch list, if you will. But when it's time to move on, I hesitate. Mr. Wright said he would be somewhere around here and on the ground floor, and I really didn't want to be alone with whiskey. I'd have to look through the place eventually, sure, but on the other hand, I can do it later when he's gone. I can go upstairs first if I want to. Which floor should I go first? Oh, Jesus fuck. Such a good question. We can check the ground floor. Well, hold on. Hold on now. Wait a second. Let me see. Where am I? Okay. How much of Marianne's story do we have? Not too terrible much. It all seems like it flows in a pretty straight direction. Oh, there's a death in one of them. Ooh. There's a death here. I know that little blank spot anywhere. There's a death here. Ooh, interesting. Where should we go? Fascinating. Let's try. Why don't we, Did I save? I think I did. Yeah. Why don't we fuck around on the ground floor? And where might that lead? Nope, journal. Wrong one. Where might that lead? Oh, we're going up. Fuck. I kind of want to go down. That's on the first floor. Interesting. Hold on. Yes. So that's the first floor. Already seen enough of this floor during the open house. Oh, and it boosts our relationship? Did I miss something? Wee. There we are. I want to see what happens. Oh god, we're gonna have to do a QT. Okay. Oh, big stretch. Let's get ready for it. Oh, exciting. I've already seen enough of this floor during the open house. Of course, I know that it's just a convenient excuse. I don't want to be in the same room as whiskey anytime soon. So I might as well just go upstairs first. Oh, is he on the below floor? Oh, I didn't realize. Oh, this music. The banisters on the ground staircase landing are solid and at a proper height. Any lower and they would be trouble. There's a small catch on the carpet though. But as long as nobody tries to... Huh. Interesting. As long as nobody tries to run down the stairs until it gets fixed, things should be alright. Interesting. And the stained glass? Art. Restored, no doubt, in the image of the lost lady and Lord of Ermengarde. Or was it supposed to be? Or it was supposed to be, until Lady Charlotte's fiancé was brutally murdered by a witch. Oh, yes. By a witch of all things, from what I've read. You'd think the historians of this place would be a lot more scrutinizing, filtering out stuff like that. I'm amazed they bother with it, instead of replacing it with some generic cookie-cutter design. Yeah, they still have everybody up. The entire place alone would have cost roughly 500, even £1 million. Lady Charlotte Ermengarde and her beloved. Looking at the mosaic, it's not too far stretched the imagination to believe that the depicted images could be Mr. and Mrs. Wright. It can be easily assumed as such, if one doesn't know the history of the mansion. Really, a place like this should be protected by the government as a landmark. I agree. What can I do about it? Ooh. Walking into the East Wing, I try to go into the theater, but is met with an obstacle. That obstacle is locked doors. 2 doors. 2, and both of them are locked. I'd be frustrated. Would be, if I hadn't already snuck off while the Wrights were having their little business meeting with Miss Cooper before we take a peek. With what Mr. Wright wanted, we'd had to install a powerful projector, the type that they use in cinemas, and a projection screen. The seats would have to be reupholstered. If there to be any comfort, and the walls will have to be covered in dark material, paint, wallpaper, or install wall-to-wall carpeting. Really, of all rooms I could be jealous of, it's this one. I could just picture myself in there, watching old kung fu flicks on a weekend-long marathon. Makes me wonder what kind of movies Mrs. Wright would like. Rom-coms, perhaps? Her husband, on the other hand, I'd rather not think about it. In the middle of my notion and planning, I didn't even realize that I'm not alone. Ooh. I didn't even realize I'm not alone until I'm caught standing in front of a locked door like a fool.
Were you meaning to go in there?
Oh,
I'm
okay.
afraid we won't be able to open it up today.
Are you possessed yet? I don't remember.
Oh, well, I wanted to, but it's fine. I can still survey the rest of the place.
Apologies, but a key was missing when they were handed over. They told us that they'd get right back to us with it.
What? But aren't they supposed to hand over all the keys once property changes hands? That can be grounds to file a complaint.
They were already kind enough to let us move in so early. There's no need to raise a fuss about it. Worst comes to worst, we can call for a locksmith.
The air is heavy and somber when she grows quiet and glances out the window. Out towards the vast expanse that surrounded what would be their house. Their home. Then she looks back at me with a sigh and a bitter smile.
Flowers. Yellow flowers. Daffodils, dandelions, and sunflowers and the sort all up front. Just a whole garden of them.
That would be nice.
They'll make the house look lovely, won't they?
Yeah, I think they would.
Of course. A garden is a wonderful addition to any home.
As I say this, her eyes roam over me, scrutinizing and thoughtful. I have to hold back the shiver that threatens to run down my spine at being inspected so closely.
Yes, it must be nice.
We're still talking about the gardens, yes?
I mean, not having to worry about what another person thinks of you.
What do you mean by that?
She lifts her hands and points to her wedding ring before it falls listlessly to her side.
Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I didn't marry Luke.
What if you married me
There'll
instead?
be no fights about walk-in closets or silly helipads. I could do with this place as my heart desires until there's nothing but content. Then again, I wouldn't have bought this place if it wasn't a gift for him. I probably wouldn't even be in Luxbourne if it wasn't for him.
Interesting.
Maybe I would have moved to London, Manchester, or Birmingham. I might have even left the country altogether. France, Germany, Spain, Canada, Sweden, even America. The possibilities would have been endless.
I don't know what to say to that. What is there to say?
I'm sorry, I must sound so petty and ungrateful.
No, he doesn't treat you right, so I agree.
I do love him.
Okay, sure.
So very much, even if he can be a bit difficult at times.
Oh no, not at all. I'm just
why are you
confused
telling
why
me?
You're telling me this, of all people.
Just a whim, I think. Just flights of fancy, that's all. Don't you ever think about one decision you've made in your life and wonder how much would change if you chose to do things differently?
Yeah.
I try not to dwell on the past, ma'am.
Well, good for you. The key word is try, of course. Thinking of the past brings up too many ghosts. Memories of her. And I do wonder what would change if I just said yes when she asked me. Oh my god. Oh fuck. Maybe she'd still be with me. I return to the present, just like I said. I try not to dwell on the past. Oh, it leads to the same thing. Okay. Well, why don't you decide on your own? Her worries seem simple enough. Oh, she didn't like that. I'm sorry, Hannah. I mean, it doesn't have to be as difficult as she makes it out to be, right?
Why don't you decide on your own?
I meant nothing against Mr. Wright, of course, though whiskey buggered me to no end. By law, she would be owner of the house. Well, unless they signed a joint property ownership anyway, which is a rare thing as far as I know, especially among these highbrow types. Surely they could actually love their spouse, but I don't doubt the possibility. But money is money, and it makes people do the most horrible things sometimes.
It's your house. You can paint the whole place pink if you want, and there's not much he can do.
Oh, sorry. The somber expression she had changes to a look of contempt. Oh, she did not like that.
We are husband and wife. Equal partners and married, Marianne, though I can see that you don't understand. This is his home as much as it is mine. I'm not going to go behind his back over a room.
He's going behind your back over a lot of things.
And how dare you suggest that?
How do I even talk her down without causing further offense? My attempt to shake off my own drama that I ended up tripping right into theirs. Because really, I have no business in meddling in the affairs of my clients. Unless it's involved interior design or architecture. Yet here I am, opening my mouth and yapping. I do hate to see a good woman down.
That's not what I meant by it. I just mean that maybe you don't have to get the approval of your husband all the time. Or well, okay, fine. I know nothing about married life, Mrs. Wright. You're right about that. But I still think you're allowed your indulgences every now and then.
Yeah. Of course, my full form of indulgence meant buying old slate 78 RPM country records. Oh, well, that's fun. Records which I don't even dare use with my gramophone. For her, could very well be buying entire houses.
That's just my take on it. A perfect relationship is as rare as hen's teeth.
What does that mean?
You got what you got. I mean, you're doing well enough without my advice. Sure, look it.
That looks to placate her somewhat. She looks away and starts to favor the view outside more with a faraway look in her eyes.
Feel free to look around the rest of the house. Everything but the theater should be open. Just call if there's need of me.
What's in the theater?
Of course, Mrs. Wright.
I really shouldn't have opened my big mouth in the first place. This sort of thing only gets me in trouble. Keep it clean, keep it simple, and stick to business. That's it. Be professional. But I failed to do just that because of a pretty face. When she turns to leave, she glances back at me before disappearing into the foyer. Oh, great. I look out the window from where she was standing, and I move on. Alone, with nothing but my thoughts and her.
Finally, some peace and quiet. Thought the old biddy would never leave.
Interesting. Such our madness. Just hearing things. I reckon it's the stress, though, and I don't know what exactly I'm stressed about. If meeting Miss Wright has really thrown me for a loop, I'd be worried. I'm developing some sort of psychosis or disorder. Well, I'd call a doctor. But hopefully it isn't that. Not right here and not right now. I mean, it could just be that personal talking cricket, the conscience, so to speak. I'm only noticing now. Though if it is, it isn't very helpful. Pushing the dilemma of voices in my head aside, I go back to work. But I can barely make it a few steps before everything tilts and shifts. I don't really stumble, but it feels like I'm being thrown off my feet. The rest of the world just follows. Though my feet stay firmly on the ground, and even if I stay mostly upright, I feel like I've been heaved and put off balance. Oh no. Oh, fantastic. Hold on. Just a little in caseies. Let's also, while I'm here, let's go ahead and, oh yeah, crack open a cold one with the boys. A good old gingy ale for my upset stomach. I have to close my eyes in the hopes of willing the sudden sense of vertigo away, but when I open them... Oh. Wow. Holy shit. I don't feel any less sick because of the sight that greets me. Blood dripped from the walls and the ceiling, pooling downwards and seeping into the curtains and the carpet. A wave of nausea, stronger than the last, hits me along with the overpowering stench of blood and gore. I wanted to bolt. A rational part of my head is telling me to flee. And I would have gladly done it as it asked, if I only didn't hear her.
In here, Marianne. Come on. I have something to show you.
Is it Marion? It has to be. Because she called herself Marianne. But like, you know, in a different, not like Mary Ann, like Marianne. Whatever. I could have ignored it. I would have ignored it. If only I heard it in my head. But I swear that this time it was coming from one of the rooms. Much further in, into the study. And I feel compelled to pay attention. I can't just turn around and leave. Not when it's her. I don't even think as I follow the sound of her voice. Lorraine. Lovely Amanda Lorraine. Ooh, that is not a name I can say. Jesus. And I know, and as it looks, it doesn't even fucking sound like that. It's gonna be like... it's gonna be something like La Fiona or something like that. Because there's no way I can fucking pronounce that. Oh, Irish, you and your funny words. She was my friend. The only one that I had at Samthon's. I was a scholar at the charity case. In a school for privileged and prestigious young girls. They all looked down on me. If they cared to look at me or acknowledge my presence at all. All except her.
Oh, stop your crying. You know better than to listen to Maeve.
Yeah, see? That's not a real word, Ireland. That's not real.
Why I gotta teach that butterface a lesson?
Wait, no, lass. I don't want you getting into trouble with the sisters again.
Relax. It's not like I'm going to stomp her and her lackey's arses flat like last time.
Come on, let's just go back to our dorm room. I don't want to be on my Tobler while you go get yourself punished.
What does that mean?
You'll be fine. Gip's there with you.
Okay. Lorraine was there when I needed her. Through my highs and lows. Having her as a friend made being in a strange school away from my father all the more tolerable. Yeah, really losing that Irish. She saw this poor, helpless girl who was kept down and shunned by everyone else. And being the kind soul that she was, she rescued me. So brave. So beautiful. It was something else.
I'll eat all the chocolates stashed away in your closet if you go.
I can get more. Just don't go complaining to me if you get a tummy ache because of that.
Well, you don't want to get detention on a weekend, do you? It's a Friday. We can go to town and have some karaoke.
Hell yeah.
And we can have a go at druids and demons again.
Hell yeah.
You're not going to miss that just because of Maeve, are you?
That's not real. It's not a real word. Sometimes I question what I did to deserve a friend like her. In the darkest corners of my mind, where traitorous thoughts lurked, I thought that she had only felt sorry for me. Maybe she was just being a good Samaritan, offering a helping hand. And perhaps I had been too selfish to return the favor.
You have a point. I'll just kick her arse on Monday then.
Hehe.
That's not what I mean.
I know what you mean, Em.
Wait, where are you going? You just told me you wouldn't cause trouble.
I still have something to do. Don't worry. It's not like I'm going to burn down her dorm room or something criminal like that. I'm just going to talk to her. Maybe I'll make it so that her room smells like a dog's air biscuit. That'll make it an excellent weekend. I'll see you in a bit, Marianne. Lots of tobblers.
What does that mean? Irish is not a real language. Tobblers. Meaning. On your toddler is an Irish expression that means on your own. Jesus. Okay, hold on. Stop on me, Tumblr. Lots, then that doesn't make fucking sense. What is that? Lots of Tumblr, lots of yourself, lots of on your own. What the fuck does that mean? Tumblr meaning Irish. Can it mean different things? It just means by yourself. Girl, what the fuck are you saying? Lots of Tumblrs, lots of by yourself, lots of on your own. Oh. Because when she told me that she loved me, I couldn't admit that I felt the same way. Not to her, not to even myself. I was wrong. I was taught that way. Husband and wife, one man and one woman. Oh yeah, Irish Catholic. Oh yeah. Unclean, impure. I prayed for her and I, for our sins and for salvation. I wanted to apologize for disregarding her feelings so callously. It must have been like a slap to the face of her. But my life has gotten in the way. Exams, which were trivial in hindsight now, took top priority. I had to keep my grades up to keep my scholarship for my father. I told myself I would apologize to her when those were over, that I needed to focus first and not let anything distract me. It had been easy when she avoided me like the plague. She was upset, I get that. Ooh. I thought I had the time to make things right, but...
At 7 in the morning, students found a 5th year dead. Assumed to have fallen from her dormitory window.
They told us that it was an accident. That was the official statement. But I knew better. She was dead because of me.
May have had a hook and I kicked the bucket, didn't she?
Wow. I got a achievement called Remember Me.
Ding dong, the witch is dead!
She had, though she didn't say which, Lorraine.
But at least Maeve had the courage to admit how she felt about me.
I don't even know how long I've been stuck here in a trance. In the mirror, Lorraine smiles at me. She's as beautiful as I remember her. But then... Oh, spoochy. I feel boil rise up into my throat as her clean image warps into how she looked when they had found her dead, lying on the... Sorry. Lying on the cold hard ground. Sorry. It just like was a little too on the nose. Ooh. Oh, this music's back. Good Saint Dimphna? Great wonder worker in every affliction of mind and body, help me. I'm seeing things, hearing things. Am I going completely insane? Looking everywhere but at her, I hoped and prayed that it's enough to will whatever this is to go away. Doesn't even immediately register in my head that I can just leave.
You, on the other hand, can't even look me in the eye.
This isn't real. You're not. You're dead!
I'm dead. Because of you. And you won't even look at me. Look at me.
Oh, I don't want to. My breathing quickens, and I can feel my heart being torn apart by her words.
I'm so sorry, Lorraine.
Look at me!
I don't want to. I can't take it because she's right. It was my fault. The least I could do is look at what I've done. I don't wanna. Lorraine, broken and bleeding, looks at me with such hate-filled eyes. An unnatural smile stretches across her face, and I can only see malice in it. Oh, Jesus. She lunges at the mirror, ripples around her form like glass parting the water surface for her. She grips my shoulders and I can feel her nails dig deep, sharp even through the fabric of my clothes. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Oh, shit. Apologies spilled through my lips as tears cloud my vision. But I won't give in to this madness. With every bit of strength I have left, I struggle to get away from her. Fear grips and threatens to choke me. I endure. I escape. Without turning back, I stumble back out. In my panic, I don't even care to look where I'm going. With one hand on the wall to steady me, I just hobble as fast as I can away from the study. Away from that mirror. Oh, it's already dark? Freedom is bittersweet. I'm free from the madness, it seems, as running out into the hallway reveals to be in pristine condition. But it means I've turned my back on Lorraine again. I have no plans of stopping, not until I know I'm safe. And if that means walking back to Luxbourne, as ridiculous as that idea is, then so be it. Someone suddenly grabs hold of me, however. Fingers digging deep into my shoulder and my heart nearly stops. Sorry. My body seizes and I nearly scream.
Marianne, you look awful. I mean, not awful, but did something happen? Are you alright?
Mrs. Wright, I...
Crazy things are happening. Hehehe. I could have died. I didn't, though. Wow. Without thinking, I sought comfort, saying that it wasn't her. It's a sudden impulsive thing to do, and had I been in better condition, I wouldn't even dare doing such a thing. But I didn't know what else to do. Though I know I shouldn't, her warmth, her scent, they grounded me. She is intoxicating.
Marianne, what's going on? Oh, you're shaking like a leaf.
Hehe, Yuri. Tremors run through my body as soon as my mind realizes I am no longer in danger. I wanted to cry, scream about what I've seen, but like a scared child, I couldn't control myself. My mind couldn't reconcile with what I had seen. I should just write it off as a figment of my imagination, yet I can still feel her nails cutting into my skin.
Are you sick? Should I call for a doctor?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Wright. Just feeling a little woozy and lightheaded is all.
Let's get you somewhere to sit down then. Come on, don't worry, I have you.
Oh, how sweet. A lie. But a whole less complicated than telling her I was attacked by a dead girl. When the feeling of fear eases off, I feel nothing but shame for my actions. I quickly back away as I clear my throat and nod my thanks.
I think I've had enough looking around. If it's all right with you and Mr. Wright, I'll meet you outside.
If you're sure, I'll have the car started. Do you need assistance heading downstairs?
I'm all right, ma'am. Just go on ahead and I'll be right there.
Seems to placate her worries, though only for a brief second. Before she heads down, I don't miss the concerned glance she shoots my way, hidden quickly under her smile. I won't begrudge her for it, that worry. The look on my face must have been a strange enough sight on his own. Even I'm still reeling from whatever that was. Her voice still whispers in my ears. After all these years, she's still... No, Marianne. Shaking my head at the thoughts, I drag in a breath and then follow shortly after Mrs. Wright. Whatever has happened in the past, it's long gone. Only memories now. And those are things I can no longer bring back. It's already dark as we made our way out of the mansion. With no lights, we are only illuminated by the headlamps of the Wright's car and the stars above us. The sight of them helps me compose myself much more than several minutes of being alone did. The car's engine is running, yet the two still stand on the lawn. Miss Wright is busy, eyes up to the stairs. Mr. Wright, arms crossed, has his eyes down to the ground. It is the crunch of grass under my heels that brings their attention to me.
About time, what took you so long? A minute longer and I'd think the house swallowed you all up.
Maybe.
Oh, hush, dear. I'm sure she has her reasons. Marianne doesn't seem the sort to idle.
Sorry, I was just checking on something important.
See, business is business and they take time, love. You should know that better than anyone. So, Marianne, what do you think? Are you the woman for the job? I know we already signed papers hiring you, but I want to be 100% sure that you are committed.
I glanced back toward the mansion, knowing what I had seen there. Or rather, who I thought I saw there. Because there's just no way. Not to mention how I acted towards Miss Wright, for goodness sake. I should feel the slightest bit hesitant. I was lucky. I've seen enough films to know what happens when a promiscuous woman enters a haunted house. It's my chance to turn it down, make excuses, say that I'm not up to the task, that I need to take care of my old sick father. Just pay the fine, which is probably outrageous for a contract like this, and let it go. I should turn it down. But for some obstinate reason I can't. In the same manner I haven't let go of her, the regret that has shadowed me since that day. Much as I hate to admit it, even to myself, seeing her again, that mischievous glint in her eyes and loose tendrils of her hair curled around her forehead. It's something I've terribly missed, and now that it's here, almost within arm's reach, my father would tell me, sometimes you simply have to go through with it, consequences be damned. And well, I don't really have a logical reason to say no. At least, not something a client like the Wrights would want to hear from a professional designer.
It's certainly an interesting project. You can be sure I'm seeing it through the end.
Such dedication! Oh, I do love the determination.
You were always determined like that, weren't you?
Hearing her voice once again sends a chill running down my back. I can't wait for this day to be over. From the mansion through Anselm, I rode with them in silence. But as soon as we hit city proper, I asked to be dropped off and bid them goodnight. I thought it'd be best if I didn't stay too long in confined spaces with either Miss or Mr. Wright. Both seemed to cause me serious trouble, and if the project had been any less interesting or grand, I would have dropped it without a second thought. Would have. Shouldn't have. Won't. I assure them that my place isn't far off, and I have to fight the urge to roll my eyes and groan when whiskey throws me a little smirk. But even in my own house, peace is elusive, as is sleep. I lie awake, thinking of what I saw in the mansion, of who I saw. If so much as hear a single whisper from her, if so much as see a wisp of her hair, I'm afraid I'll go mad. But none of that happens. It makes me feel hollow. For 2 nights I've had trouble sleeping. But it's only one morning, when fatigue has already let me rest, that I'm reminded of what terrifies me so. Oh shit. There she is. Oh, she's beautiful. Hold on. Just a moment. Oh yeah, we cranking. Okay. Because I want to try to get through Becca too. Oh, next day? In my restless dreams, I see that mirror. The one in the study. And in it, I see her. I see them. Whoa. Do I have to... I mean, it's not like you can, like, really see anything. It's covered, but... How about just a little... I mean, everything's covered, but, you know... Just in case. Just in case. Just in case, for now. Lorraine and Hannah. Hannah and Lorraine.
Oh, pathetic Marianne. Work. She'll work herself to death.
See, she doesn't listen. That's all she did. Look at what happened to me.
They talk among themselves with cruel smiles and venomous tongues. Or rather, to themselves. 2 head, 1 body. Horrible mockery of these women, as if they were one and the same.
More's the pity. Life goes on and goes out, and she doesn't even see it.
Do you think she'll even realize when she's kicked the bucket herself?
When they say a person has a hard time telling when they're in a dream, it was true often enough. Even with this bizarre sight, even with the obvious implication that this isn't real, I can't help but feel distress.
Likely. Is that any way to live at all? She might as well be dead.
Cruel fate that she's alive and I'm... well...
Though they speak into each other's ear, tones low and hushed, I can still hear them as clear as day. Their whispers pervade the air, heavy and oppressive. They bury and dig into my head like tiny maggots, worming their way into my skull. Yo, don't look at me. No, no. It is only then they take notice of my presence. Eyes turn towards me and I can only feel small under their scrutiny. Caricature smiles etched on their faces, mimicking each other grotesquely.
Oh, Marianne! How long have you been standing there, dearie?
Come join us, Marianne. We won't bite.
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed.
Unless you ask, that is.
I wouldn't be opposed. This might be a nightmare, but maybe it's just a lovely dream.
Have you been looking at us? Spying?
Maybe a little.
How scandalous.
Ooh.
Such a naughty girl.
I'm sure you were just waiting for something lewd to happen.
No, don't look at me.
You know she will not admit it. She thinks it wrong. You've said it so yourself.
Listen, it's the Catholic guilt for her. She raised Irish Catholic. It's how it is.
Yes. She thought me wrong, impure, abnormal, because I loved her.
Abnormal. Oh no. Oh no. My breath hitches, and I open my mouth to protest, but they stop me, screeching. The mirror that holds them cracks, lines spidering across its surface.
Do not lie. We know the gluttonous thoughts you try to deny, girl. All those desires you bury beneath that sickening guilt. You act the martyr when you turn the bed you lie in into your own hedonistic hell. You are nothing but a tainted soul with filth-stained flesh held together by falsehood and pride.
They look livid. And when it looks like they would lunge. Oh, that was crazy. Whoa, I'm gonna move this back to its original position just in case and take it off. There we go. I awake feeling like the wind had been knocked out of me. With a groan, I squint and find a certain fluff ball sitting on my chest looking as pleased as Punch. Eehee! She is the overlay of the cat's queen of despair and destruction of nice furniture. Though I can't stay mad at her majesty because it feels like she did something good this time. I was having a nightmare. I can't even remember what it was about. Trying to recall leaves a terrible pit in my stomach. Maybe it's probably better that I don't remember.
Good morning, Baruthiel. Who's the good kitty? Are you hungry? Is that why you woke me up?
A content purr comes from my sweet dear before she jumps off the bed and trots towards the kitchen. On the other hand, it takes me a bit more before I roll out of bed and start my day. Mornings before work is always a quiet affair. Shower first, then a mug of coffee and a bowl of oats. Sometimes I do stretches, and always check my work emails. The Rice will be moving into the mansion today. Okay, so she's not possessed yet. Sorry. I don't think the paperwork is officially done yet, but it is too far-fetched to think that they were allowed to start their move despite that. Rich people like them will always find ways to get what they want after all.
I'll be leaving you again today, Beth. So you behave and make sure not to shred up my new covers, okay? And don't worry, I didn't forget tomorrow is Black Cat Day, so I'll throw you a party. But only if you behave like a proper lady.
Like a proper lady. She barely gives me a glance as I say that before going back to her own food. Cats. Still better than humans, most of the time. Too bad I have to work with humans. The place is already as busy as soon as I get here. The foreman, one that I've recommended to the Rights for his work ethic, is early as usual. Already he's instructing men here and there with bigger loads. I have no chance. What?
I hope everything has been to your liking thus far.
I have no chance to talk to him as Mr. Wright appears and greets me with a smile.
Good delightful. These men have been very helpful.
Yippee.
Look at all this. It's so busy here. I'm getting tired just looking at them go.
No complications so far with the movers or the previous owners of the mansion, I hope?
If anything, the only one being problematic is Luke, if I'm to be honest. He can be such a diva, but I do
This
like that
diva.
about him.
She stops, looking up at the upper landing where Mr. Wright comes through with 2 other movers and a mirror from the study.
Oh, do be careful with that mirror. We wouldn't want anyone getting hurt because of broken glass. Why are you even having it carried around?
Oh? You did say you didn't want the mirror, and I keep getting distracted by it. If I'm going to turn the study into my office, I'd rather not have it there. Where can we put this?
Well, you are not putting it in our room. Why don't you go, I don't know, put it in the wine cellar
Oh,
now.
that's terrible.
We can figure out to store it in the attic or somewhere else later, yes?
You heard her, boys. To the cellar it goes. Mush!
Oh. The movers bring down the mirror 1 step at a time, no matter how much the man tells them to hurry. And that unsettling feeling grows in my stomach as I see our reflection in the bloody thing. I look away, not wishing to risk anything. If I see Lorraine's image in the mirror now, I wouldn't know what I'd do. I don't have the luxury of privacy right now, but I'm not going to break down in front of all these people. Miss Wright only shakes her head and laughs at her husband's antics as they take the mirror out of here. He's back at it again soon enough, pointing the man here and there. I'd say he's the man with a plan, but it sort of interferes with the layout and design that we have agreed upon before. I'm about to point it out, but...
It's better you let him realize his mistakes on his own, rather than tell him of them. That way you do not get blamed for his actions. It is more fun, too, to tell him... how does they say it? I told you so, once he slips up.
Thank you, Johans. It was in the journal, I believe. Here, and then we're on the 25th, aren't we? Oh, I guess not. Okay, we're still on the 24th? Okay.
Been working with him long enough to know that, huh?
It's not like I plan to make too much of a fuss, unless what he changes is actually crucial.
It happens often enough, when one is made to accompany him nearly all hours of the day.
Up, higher, come on now.
Still, he could at least be less pushy about things.
Careful now. I know your pictures are framed by cheap plastic, but those are framed by African blackwood and are one-of-a-kind commissioned paintings. Each one is easily worth a lifetime of what you lot make.
It is surprising how hands-on he is compared to my usual clientele. Well, the both of them are, actually. It's refreshing to have them participate despite their initial reluctance.
Luke, do the dishwashers go into the kitchen or the butler's pantry?
Pantry, Buttercup. Careful, that's Emma. No, you there, put that down. You do not manhandle a Napoleon Abueva.
He really needs to tone down the dramatics a notch. Miss Wright and the butler looks like they're used to it by now. But the rest of us, well...
Sweetie, why don't we go and sort your suits upstairs? Let Johans and Marianne and the foreman deal with the rest of the work.
We have this, Mrs. Wright.
Yes, please do go before a blood vessel bursts. Bloodstains are so troublesome to clean.
There is an obvious sense of relief as Mr. Wright is dragged out of the room, leaving the movers to do their work in peace. Some grumbling even comes from some of the young workers. It's a good thing the family butler isn't some blindly loyal tool to his boss, or there will be trouble with Mr. Wright.
He is such a bratwurst. Whiny baby who never got enough hugs from his mutter.
Probably lost in translation, and not that I'm condoning talking about someone else behind their back, but I think you meant to call Mr. Wright a horrible brat.
Well, he is that too. There are a lot of things I can call
Calling him a
but
dick.
I mean to say that he is a big weenie.
He is a big weenie. Yeah, he's a weenie. You're so funny.
A childish name for a childish person. Like a child, he whines when he doesn't get what he wants, and he breaks the toys that he has.
Mm-hmm. That gets a laugh for me, as well as a few movers who linger near. He and I carry boxes, instructing the movers where they should be, and generally taking over Mr. Wright's work. It goes off without a hitch, and the man is helpful, efficient and capable with physical labour, despite his clean-cut appearance. A gentleman to boot, taking boxes from me when he sees me struggling with them. Speaking of boxes...
Hey, one of the boxes for the kitchen is missing. Has anyone seen it? The one with the pots and the knives.
The Bratwurst had it brought upstairs, thinking it was for the attic.
Oh, Jesus.
Why would he... Oh, never mind. I'll go get it.
Oh no, don't send me to the attic. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Why even bring a box of pots and knives to the attic? The man is ridiculous. There's probably no point in making sense of what he does if he does them just because he can. At least it turns out that I don't have to make it all the way out to the attic. The mover, probably on Mr. Wright's orders, left the box on the stairs.
At least it's not that heavy.
Well, that's good. I managed to hoist it up without too much effort. But the time it takes for me to do that is long enough for me to overhear an odd conversation I could never in my life imagine coming from a couple like the Wrights.
Why, if you're not careful, I might go a bit loopy and I'll start bringing cats home. And soon enough, one day you'll find yourself going home to a farm just filled with felines that follow you everywhere.
Oh, don't bluff. The things would shred up your precious furniture. Besides, you don't even like cats.
True. Dogs are infinitely superior, of course.
But what about the wet dog smell? The mess. I'm not cleaning up after a mutt, no matter how cute. If you think about it, a cat would be better.
For once, I'll have to agree with Whiskey on this one, though I can live with Miss Wright being a dog person. But as amusing as this conversation might get, I really shouldn't be caught eavesdropping or slacking off on the job. At most, I should be looking at ways of possibly soundproofing certain rooms, perhaps bringing it up if they don't realize the lack of it. I really should. Maybe you can learn a little secret, Marianne. I don't usually care for the private affairs of my clients. As I consider if I should lurk a little longer, I miss what else was said. All I know is that the topic has somehow moved from pets to children. Keeping Marianne. That's the achievement I got.
It's not something you take the piss out of. Having a kid is a big responsibility, Hannah. We've talked about this, haven't we? I'm not ready to be a parent. I'd probably end up killing the little brat by the week's end.
The regret sinks in fast. Why can't I just keep myself and mind my own business like I usually do? Of all the times to be curious. Lorraine, bless her soul, once told me that there are 3 things I shouldn't do unless I want to be on the shit list of social elites. First, don't mess with their livelihood. Whatever business whatever business they have that made them and keeps them rich is something they need to protect. Whether it's some multi-million company or some sort of state secrecy, they keep that close to their chest. Business that challenge legal matters and moral issue aside, unless they profited from criminal conduct, it's best to steer away and avoid being their competition. Second, don't mess with their affairs, especially the married sort. It's a messy business, just to even gossip about. And worse, to actually be the other woman? I'm towing the line with this role as it is because of Whiskey. And the third thing?
Of all the times to be as sharp as a beach ball and as slow as a sloth, Marianne.
Well, the third thing rings true just for about anyone, really. Don't mess with their family. Of course, she used the word mess quite loosely. And I think what I'm doing now falls under the multiple definitions it could take. Listening to this, something so undoubtedly private is a great way to get in trouble.
Don't finish that sentence, Hannah. Just don't. We know how this discussion ends. Let's not fight over what ifs and if onlys.
But what if we are going to have a family, Luke? What then?
I just told you. No what ifs.
We won't talk about it until you're ready.
Let's not talk about it then. Ever.
I walk away as far and as fast as I can while still carrying the box until I'm a good distance off the foyer. I even risk my neck taking steps down 2 at a time before quickly handing off the kitchenware to Johans.
You really shouldn't run down those stairs. You might slip and break your neck.
Yikes.
And that isn't a pretty way to go.
Foreshadowing?
I'll keep that in mind, thanks. Wouldn't want anything to happen to my pretty neck.
Yeah, they don't like me. I know.
Why do you think I wear a scarf?
Because they're comfortable? Other than that, they're still serious choking hazards. You might be wearing your own noose.
Oh, maybe more
Cut the
foreshadowing.
morbid stuff and let's get these things where they belong.
My kitchen, my rules. If you have somewhere else to go, which I'm sure you have, you may leave the area to me.
Well, I still have to check a few things there, if you don't mind.
How many times do you need to check every room? Are you sure you're not just looking for this secret recipe of my Kirby soup? Because I'll have you know, it is all in my head.
I love Johans. My Kirby soup. Oh my god, the soup of Kirby. Crazy.
I like to be thorough with my work. I'm sure you understand.
He shrugs as we enter the kitchen. The box is quickly placed on one of the countertops and he sets to work quietly. Occasionally he would ask me to take one thing or another and place it someplace else, but for the most part I'm left thinking about what I'd just heard. That talk of children and Miss Wright's insistence on getting that room? Could it be? No, she doesn't look it, but of course, it'd just be too early to show. And if she is, does Whiskey know? It really doesn't sound like it. What do I care, though? On the side of the fact that I may be working with a pregnant woman who will have a baby in the near future, and this place isn't exactly up to modern safety standards? Oh, sorry, I misread that. Aside from the fact that I may be... Oh, yeah, she's saying it sarcastically. I see. The slightest possibility that this might be the case only makes me worry. I have to do a better job than what I usually do. The movers work efficiently, even when they're left alone, and they do quick work of their responsibilities. The head foreman comes standing in the doorway to consult me on this or that, and I have to go help out every now and then. But they pretty much have everything up to standards. They skip lunch entirely, not even realizing when they do so. Nevertheless, all is well as the butler gets to heating up the leftover bubble and squeak from breakfast and makes a generous batch of fish and chips for them. Most likely simple in comparison to what he serves to the Wrights, but well done nevertheless.
That smells good. Want to wrap up some for me to go?
It's an idle observation more than anything. My thoughts, as they are, preoccupy
If
me.
there are any left, one can't go wrong with fish and chips. Everyone loves them. Even my husband. And he's American.
You have an American husband? Oh my god. I really do hate getting so up close and personal with my clients. It's a distraction. It's obvious to me that I've gotten my priorities all wrong, and I can't help but think about what I've heard, what I've learned about the right couple. These things have a way of creeping up on a person. Thoughts, ideas, whether they are fact or fiction. They creep up and fester, crawl and writhe in a way that twists. I hear giggling, delighted and mocking. They creep up and... The sensation of fingers ghosting briefly on my arm causes me to freeze and hiss.
Don't!
I half expect her to be there.
Whoa, no need to scream bloody murder. It's just me. Quiet down before you break glass.
But it's just whiskey.
Don't do that again. Ever.
I don't like being scared. Though I don't believe in the likes of spooks. Being startled is not on the top of list of things Marianne liked. Lucky for him, I have nothing within reach. We would have gotten on friendly terms with something like a rolling pin.
What's with that reaction? Were you really scared? Has Johan's been telling you ghost stories? He just loves to scare people.
I love that about him.
Isn't that right, Brother Gurium?
The butler's expression is unreadable. I hardly see any emotion on his face to begin with since I started working for the Wrights, aside from vague amusement. There must have been something there, though, judging from Mr. Wright's own content look. The expression on Mr. Wright's face is almost cruel. But neither of them spoke, even as Johannes leaves the room and to serve the workers their late lunch.
So, now that we're alone, Marianne, what are you so jumpy for?
Ew.
I was just thinking about all the urban legends the movers have been telling me about this place.
Don't tell me you believe in that tosh.
Posh.
Nothing but tales made up to scare children. Timmy, Billy, don't you dare go up to that big mansion and get in trouble there. The ghosts are going to get you.
That's a boring way to look
good
at
line.
it, but that's usually what it is anyway, no?
It's a good read.
Like I said, I was just thinking.
It would be a relief, actually, that those rumors of this place are... If those rumors of this place being haunted is true. Okay. It sneaks up on me. That just means I'm not going bonkers. Bonkers. Hearing, let alone seeing a dead person isn't exactly the symptoms of a healthy mind. Sure, it meant there would be no such thing as ghosts, as ghouls and goblins, but at least I'd like to be sane. On the other hand, it would actually be a dead girl walking around.
If you could excuse the inane question, Mr. Wright. You haven't noticed anything weird here?
Simple enough question on the surface, yet I notice the man stiffen as the question leaves my mouth. I wouldn't have noticed it if I wasn't watching his reaction intently, but in his eyes I see something dangerous.
That depends on your definition of the word weird. Are we still on the topic of this place being haunted? Because no, things have not started to fly around and we have yet to require an exorcism. I don't think my head would like to do the whole 180-degree turn thing.
Well, maybe that, but no strange people?
Aside from my usually weird butler and all the weird men traipsing around touching my things? No, not really. Why do you ask? Have you noticed anyone strange while you were here? Because you must report it to Johans and he'll have security handle it. But these reports better not be about ghosts and things that go bump in the night. I don't want to waste manpower on the boogeyman or senseless witch hunts.
I'll keep that in mind, Mr. Wright. But no, it's nothing like that. I guess the mansion is just strange for me. It's a unique project.
No strange men or women lurking about then?
A dead teenager would technically qualify as strange. But yeah, the whole I see dead people thing isn't going to go over well here.
Not that I know of. But I'll inform Johans immediately if something comes up.
I'm serious, Mint. You see anything, anyone suspicious, and you report it. Immediately.
Okay.
I think that goes without saying.
The concern he had on to talk of security is quickly gone. His arrogant, smug smirk returns, if a bit subdued. Whatever smarmy remark or innuendo he has at the ready never comes, though, as voices from the dining hall ring out.
Is this a full-time job for you then?
Nah, I just do
Oh,
this
hey,
mostly,
Zach.
for magazines, newspapers, and events. So you can't really call it a full-time job. It's fun and it puts food on the table, but it's not what I really want to do. At least not all the time.
That would be the magazine photographer, I presume. As always, Miss Wright talks in such a kind and cheery fashion, no matter who she's talking with. It certainly puts people at ease around her, and sounds like it's working on the photographer too. Hearing them, though, seems to put Mr. Wright in a sour mood. At least, if a small scowl is anything to go by. Is he jealous? I want to steer clear of him having any interaction with Zach. But I will also save.
You're not gonna go out there and join Mrs. Wright? You're starting to look strained. If you want your picture taken so badly, I'm sure the photographer would oblige.
It's not exactly what I was going to go for, but okay.
What you want to do then?
Films. Documentaries mostly. But cinematography is a lot more difficult than photography, right? I was working on this thing, actually.
We need to get you away from the butler. You're starting to sound like him. No, I'm not joining Hana for an interior design magazine photo. What am I, a piece of furniture? Look, did a lot of you have anything else crucial to do today? Marianne.
There are still some little things to do. It isn't the end of the day yet.
Yes, but you're paid hourly, aren't you? Per day?
Is she? Is she not paid salary?
Really, I don't care. You and the others can just take off for the day.
Why is he dismissing us early all of a sudden? Was this about the possible security threat? Did my question get him all wary and paranoid that he would just send the workers and I away? I realize that the threats are of actual concern to these rich and powerful people. I imagine whether anyone wants to or not, they get a few enemies here and there. But I'm sure the foreman and his workers can be trusted and are of no threat. Well, at least, I trust the people I'm working with. I understand if he doesn't. He doesn't know them from a can of paint. Damn. Still, won't it be safer if there are people who can watch their back?
You're the boss. My being paid by the day aside, I won't be held responsible for any significant delay caused by your decisions. I'll try to get around that, of course, but I'll just remind you of the fact.
Whatever. Take forever with the house. I don't give a bloody damn.
Okay.
Don't you worry, you're still getting your money. Just sod off. Go crawl around a pub and find yourself a good lay.
Wow. Paranoid or aggravated as he might be, this conversation certainly didn't have to warrant that sort of remark.
Maybe I will.
Walking out of the kitchen, I just accepted the fact that whatever he says will go while under his roof. Miss Wright and the photographer are still far too busy in conversation to notice me, even as I make my way through the dining hall. Besides, I didn't want to ruin their fun.
Well, it wasn't really a big thing. People didn't like Blue Fonzie very much.
People don't like a film about colors. I suppose they would have liked Blue Bibby a lot more.
Going to the foyer has me stumbled upon the family butler once more, who raises a brow to my presence.
And where are you off to in a hurry, Miss McCulloch? The foreman is looking for you.
The Bratwurst wants us off the clock. He's dismissing us early because of... Oh, I don't know. He just wants us out of here.
I'll go and call a cab for you then. It would be for the best that you leave when he asks you to.
I don't doubt it. My ride back to the city doesn't take too long to get there. Granted, there were some difficulties at first, because the driver didn't know where the Ermengarde mansion is. He tried to have us hand over GPS coordinates from our smartphones, or some other technobabble I didn't care about, the butler didn't understand. But as soon as we told him that it's haunted mansion over Anselm Village, he knew just the place. And finally have it over, albeit with some hesitation. All the way back to the city, the driver keeps complaining about that place, giving him the willies. Gives me willies, too. I would have loved to snap at him. But as soon as the thought occurs to me, another blossoms in the forefront of my mind. One that has somehow bothered me greatly, more than my exasperation over whiskey and this project, or wanting all of it to stop. There has been no Lorraine whispering it over my ears today. Worse, I find myself searching for it. Searching for her. I can't even begin to pronounce that. Irish. Loose ends. Fucking bloody loose ends everywhere. I thought I've already moved past this. Oh, Jesus, I went British. Moved past this years ago. It does nothing to help me curb my frustration. If anything, it only ensures that I want a stiff drink. And where else to go to drink? Tuesdays are for karaoke, and Wednesdays improv. Really? Usually it's these four guys who did hilarious games. The one with the Irish drinking songs are always a crowd favorite. I love a good laugh. Stand-up comedy isn't my thing. Without Cam or Hardina, yeah, I guess that's how you say it, or any other distractions, I end up drinking a lot more this time. When there's several bottles of beer in me, I get really, really embarrassing.
Hey! G! Psst! G! Come over here! I need you for something!
It's a good thing that the bartender is a nice fellow. Probably been kicked out of other places by now, or worse. If push comes to shove, all he would do is give me an easy smile and a shake of his head, even when he's attending to other customers. Just like now.
Give me a moment, will ya? I gotta go check on her.
He's some Asian guy. And I'm pretty sure I've seen him here a couple of times. Although he never talks to anyone except G. Oh, the customer. I was thinking the bartender, and I was like, that's quite an accent, but I mean, sure. How? Is it a bad relationship? Yeah, fuck this guy. I don't give a shit. Okay. Right. Interesting. And then, yeah, man's fucking drinking absinthe right now, getting pissed. Oh, Ashton! It's Ashton! The girls used to be all over him too, but he always turned them away.
I'll be here. You go do that before she falls over.
Asian Joe. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
What is it? Do you need someone to help you get home?
Bartender, pour the wine.
I think that's enough alcohol for you, little missy. I'm cutting you off.
A whine comes from the back of my throat as he pulls my bottle away. I have no hope of getting them back once they're behind the counter. Even in my drunken mind, I don't dare hop over it for them. Because with little sense I have, left knows I sooner take a floor dive than succeed in wresting a bottle from a sober man. But that doesn't stop me from trying to reach out with my arms like a stupid idiot anyway. He smiles and shakes his head, just like I know he would, before going back to the other guy.
Right now, where were we? How you holding up, boy?
With no drink and no one to really chat with, I would have gone home or gone to sleep on the bar right then and there. But I'm not ready to stand up and try to trek back home just yet.
Same old. I'm still on the Luxborn firm case.
Those blokes they talk about being in dark suits, whisking people into the night or some shit and all that.
Interesting.
Didn't the media call it some ridiculous name in the morning news?
What is it this time? Wait, don't answer that. They've called it a lot of things. As long as people don't start running around claiming they're the Illuminati. So, what have you got for me this time, G? Anything good?
Slow down there. You haven't even told me what sort of deal in Dosh we got.
And Dosh.
Who are you looking into this time?
Your talk would have interested me, would have kept my attention if I gave a damn. But in my current state, I can barely give two fucks about the things going around me. All these words are just buzzing, barely surfacing from the sea of sounds that is the pub. It would have stayed that way, perhaps even drowned, if I didn't hear his name.
Luke Wright. You know the guy. And don't pretend like you don't, G. It takes a special kind of ignorant not to know who he is.
Special kind of
That
ignorant.
smug blonde likes throwing round his money. He was just here a few days ago, as a matter of fact. Great tipper, if you think him just dumping a wad of cash on the counter after having too much whiskey counts as tipping. Why are you asking? He dirty?
Always.
You have no idea, G. He's probably the worst sort you can imagine.
Luke fucking right. Fucking whiskey. Even without it around, I'm still hearing about the guy. The absolute fuck. Despite this, I find myself getting up and sauntering over to join them before I pipe up.
Is this smack talk about Luke fucking Wright I'm hearing, eh?
Private conversation here, lady.
Damn. There's only amusement on G's face. The Asian guy, he starts to look ticked off as hell.
Don't worry, Holmes. She's clean.
Yeah, Holmes.
And she might be able to help you with your, predicament.
Course. A drunk's just stumbled through here with what I need. Get real, G. No offense, lady, but you're smashed.
I know, right? Nothing beats being drunk after a hard day's work. Especially when you're working for Mr. Luke Wright.
So, she works for the guy? Doesn't that make her, I don't know, suspect?
That's up to you, bud.
See, have a little faith in me, why don't ya? I don't have much, and you might as well have something to go off. You're the one who was so desperate to come running to me for business.
Yoo-hoo! Still right here, fellas. 5'11". Can't miss me. Unlike Shorty over here. What's with that mad look? You want to dance, boy? You don't look like you can bust a groove. Maybe a leg, but with that fancy coat of yours.
To add insult to injury, I move directly behind him and use the top of his head as an armrest. When he shakes me off, I plop into the seat right next to him.
Don't try me. You can hardly stay on your feet. We don't want to ruin your fancy coat, do we?
Ah, children, the both of ya. But you're still standing after all that, are you? Matt, you see this giantess? She's a legendary regular here. Been drinking like there's no tomorrow. I'm a bit jealous. Can't do that before my liver will give out on me. Good with the mic, too. Don't see you much recently, but I guess you're always busy, aren't you? You're some fancy designer or something, if I remember correctly.
Wait, I know you. You were at the open house for the mansion.
Yeah, that's right. Marianne McCulloch. I'm a famous interior designer extraordinaire. Ooh, that rhymes.
Which part? Of American McCulloch, famous interior designer extraordinary. What part is rhyming? Hold on. Like Marianne and extraordinaire? No. What? No, it doesn't.
Anyway, you guys were talking about that weenie.
Yeah, that weenie. Yeah, he's a weenie.
Or something. Can't really talk about it. I don't even know if I can trust you, even if G said you're clean. But anything would be of help.
Well, I don't gossip about my clients, if that's all there is to this.
You wanted to gossip about him a few minutes ago, Marianne.
And that was the beer talking, not Marianne.
You won't mind if we ask the beer a few questions then?
Maybe. Depends on who's asking and what they're asking. But seriously, that guy is abso-fucking-lutely frustrating. One moment, he's an absolute dickhead. And then he's acting like an actual decent human being the next. I just can't figure him out. I can't imagine how that pretty wife of his can put up with him. If I were her, I'd dump his flat arse straight up.
Real girly. And I'm not just saying that because I think Hannah's pretty or anything. Luke is a catch too. I don't think so. They both are. But I really cannot, for the love of all things holy, see how they even work out together.
So, Luke Wright, have you noticed anything strange about him while you were working with him? Anything peculiar? Of note?
You're the one being peachy right about now, Holmes. But nah, nothing that comes to mind off the top of my head. He's just like most rich, smarmy arseholes and then some.
A giggle bubbles up and I press my cheek against the cool countertop with my eyes shut tight just because. Eventually cracking one eye open, just in case they thought I fell asleep. I grin at Holmes.
So, Holmes, I'm guessing you're some private detective or something. Is it Hannah? Did she pay you to look if he's been cheating or some such?
Hannah's the wife, right? What about her? How is she?
How is she or how is she? Well and good. Definitely the nicer of the two and sexy as sin to boot.
All right, girly.
Not a private detective then. Are you from one of them tabloids wanting to know if the Luke Wright doesn't know how to put his pants on right? Pants. I'd take the pants off of...
Here we go. Slipping. I haven't been this drunk in such a long time. It's a miracle I'm coherent for as long as I've been right now.
I'm asking you if you've noticed any odd behavior from her.
Odd behavior? What? I wonder how she'd be drunk. I can just imagine her like the giggly sort. What do you think?
These are serious questions, Marianne. Lives might just be at stake here.
What do you expect? She's smashed.
Why am I even doing this? This is getting me nowhere, G. She's not a reliable source. The chief, let alone the courts, aren't going to take the word of a drunk. This will be dismissed, and I might be in trouble if they try to argue that I coerced a testimony out of her. This is a fucking train wreck.
You're a fucking train wreck now, if you ask
Oh,
me.
shit.
Maybe it's about time you apply the brakes and stop for a bit.
A wave of this despair that comes over the both of them is palpable. The feelings of a taste would be bitterer than the beer I'm full of. It gets me thinking, though thinking doesn't get me far with too much shite in my
You know that's
system.
not an option. Thanks for being patient, McCullough. Good luck with your work on that mansion.
Speaking of that mansion, there's something going on in that place. Something. As ocht day! No wonder Mr. Right likes it so much. It's as fishy as he is. Rotten bloke. Maybe that Santos girl is really onto something, eh? Suspicious shite, I'm telling ya. Explains why she's so reluctant.
What do you mean that Santos girl is onto something?
Before I get another word out, there's a hands on my shoulder and everything starts to spin. I quickly slap his hands away as best I can, sending the foulest look I can muster.
Take your hands off me, pipsqueak. I'm not a lady who's shaken or stirred unless you want me up chucking on your pretty hair. But it's just like I said. Are you sure you aren't brain damaged or deaf?
All right, girly.
Santos girl from BRC showed us this creepy letter. You know, just like those spam stuff you get in your emails.
And now we're
We thought it was
cursed.
some joke, or that the girl was just a bit too green to handle a big sale like that. You should have seen the look on their faces when they saw it. Whiskey, that's Luke fucking right, you get me? And the missus didn't look too happy either. I should have taken a picture and posted it everywhere. When rich snobs give you that face, no wonder the Santos girl went all mental on us. Working with them does that, you know? I think I'm about to. I'm not mental yet, am I?
We're getting there.
Anyway, just like I said, in that man... Hey, you okay? Holmes? You're looking a bit shaky yourself there.
And he really is pale. Paler than before, at least. I can see the gears turning in his head in overtime. Suddenly, he shows a card in my hand. On it, his name, Ashton Frey, and his number. Detective, Inspector... Yeah. But he has second thoughts as he grabs it from me and slips it into my pocket.
You're cute, pretty boy. But I prefer blondies.
Well, you're not exactly my type either, lady.
Damn. Get him.
But listen to me. If something comes up, don't do anything rash. If you think you're in danger or if you see anything suspicious, call me and the authorities as soon as possible. You understand me? That's 99...
I know what the damn emergency number is.
Right, 999. Good.
How cool.
Anyway, I have to run. See you, G.
The guy on his feet is quick on his feet, already up and at him as soon as the number leaves his lips. Watching him as he maneuvers through the crowd of the other pub goers is enough to tire me out. Fast as he can, he's at the door and throws us a smile. That's all he gets before he's gone, just like that.
Oi, what about your drink, boy? I'll go put my own tab then.
Holmes boy always like that, G?
Pretty much. But what about you? I suppose I'll put your drinks on your tab too. Don't want you to spill your wallets when you look like you're close to spilling yourself.
Yeah, and if it's fine by you, I think I'll go take a bit of a cat nap here. Just for a sec or two.
Go right ahead. I'll wake you when I close up shop.
Swimming in cocktails is the achievement I got. Mumbling a sleepy thanks, I doze off on the spot, face pressed on the counter. Already I dread the pain I'll have for sleeping in such a position. When you gotta go, you gotta go. Oh, we're back here. Just in case, we're still gonna... Just because I don't know if YouTube's gonna come for me, but we're just gonna do this just in case.
Oh, Marianne! How long have you been standing there, dearie?
There we go.
Come join us, Marianne. We won't bite. Unless you ask, that is.
Not that I can get much sleep to begin with. Yeah, okay, thought so. I was like, I don't think much is gonna happen here. Do people still ever have the feeling... Oh. There we go. Do people ever still have the feeling that they're working on something they really enjoy? Titties? Maybe. It doesn't really show anything, but just in case, I was like, hold on. Hold on. But still, it eventually tires them out because honestly, I've been feeling like this. Titties in my horror game? Oh my god. Yeah, it doesn't really show anything, and their hair is covering most of their body, but and it's like there's like a dark vignette, mosaic, whatever. But just in case.
You have certainly exceeded expectations, Marianne. Everything looks so marvelous, and in such a short time, too.
The moments like these make all the hard work worth it. Definitely.
Well, I can't take all the credit. People have certainly been enthusiastic about the idea of working on the right mansion.
The idea.
There won't be any more problems unless Mr. Wright has any more objections about the second bedroom.
I think I remember this part.
Oh, no. We proceed with that room as planned. I already agreed to him having his greenhouse and his vineyard and his stables. He may as well let me have this one thing.
We're only about halfway done, but the honest satisfaction on the client's face is enough for me to push through. Let's face it, in between my exasperation at Mr. Wright's antics and her, I've been burning the candles at both ends. I can't even close my eyes without seeing a dead girl's face. Dead girl. Dead. She's dead. And to keep reminding myself that, burying my feelings as deep as they buried her body, 6 feet under. Damn. Bury my feelings as deep as they buried her body. That's crazy. I shouldn't waste so much time on someone who's supposed to be gone. I've wasted so many years thinking about her already. There should be no need to bother myself with the dead, when I should be bothering myself with the living. Too bad the living are usually as complicated, if not more, than ghosts of the past.
But don't you have a party?
Yes. But Luke's just being a sweetie, you see.
He's being a
That friend
sweetie.
he's visiting. He's having marital problems and he's just trying to cheer him up.
Of course. It's even more complicated when the living in question is a pair of rich and famous socialites way past their honeymoon phase. And I've been somehow roped into being a relationship counselor.
They've been married for a long time and they've hit a... how do they say it? A rough patch. His wife has a drinking problem and can be very neglectful. The poor thing really does his best to be a good husband. But it's never enough for her. Sometimes I think it's the years. Maybe it's been so long that they've lost that romantic spark.
Right, I remember this bit.
What do you think?
If I'm going to be completely honest, I need to ask. This is about you and Mr. Wright, isn't it?
Suppose it is. What would you tell me?
Then, I tell you it's none of my business. I tell you that I don't want to meddle. But, if the troubled husband with the neglectful wife asked me for my honest opinion, I'd say that he shouldn't base his happiness and his self-worth on someone else. Maybe he should try being independent for a while. See what it's like when he isn't trying to please someone else and doing things for himself. Everyone's supposed to be their own man or woman, right? A bit of breathing room never hurt anyone. We shouldn't let our fear control our lives.
Why she thinks a single woman like me would be the best source of relationship advice is beyond me. Ooh, hard losing the accent there. Still, I talk and answer as best of my abilities. Without realizing it, I'm already pouring out a part of me that I thought were long gone. I'd like to believe my words will be of some help to Miss Wright. And honestly, and if I'm honest though, they are some help to me. Like some weight had been taken off my shoulders. Lorraine.
I really should handle what's left of the work.
You won't be attending the party? Oh, you really must, Marianne.
The weight of what happened on her hasn't left me yet, did it? Maybe.
I'll try to stay in chat. Maybe grab a few bites and a drink, but I can't be around for the entirety of the event. My apologies. Busy, busy, busy.
You must stay a while. I'd love for you to meet some of my friends, and they're ever so excited to meet you. You need to say hello to the Lees, at least. If it wasn't for them, I'd never even heard of you.
And the scandal. Maybe it's about time I change that.
We'll see. So, if I can be excused?
Certainly. You'll have to excuse me as well. I must attend to the party before any early birds arrive.
What time is it? That would be real
Because,
early.
believe me, they will throw a fuss if things aren't ready, even when they're not supposed to be here until an hour later.
Journal. What else we got? Ah, yes. We met Ashton. Yeah. Though I shouldn't dwell on the dead, I shouldn't just callously forget about them too. Saying that I have work left to do is an easy enough excuse to make. I know how other people see me. They see someone so obsessed with the craft that she could easily miss things like a party for it. Outside the parlor, people hurry about here and there in preparation for the Wright's grand housewarming party. None spare me glance as I slip past them, each working on their appointed roles and not daring to slack off while they work for what is probably the most powerful couple in Luxburn. Oh jeez. I might get into the kitchen with ease, the wine cellar being my final destination. But when is it a great task ever simple? Probably never. Girl, you want to go? Girl, you gotta be shitting me. Girl, where are we at? Oh my god, okay. Jesus. I'm not acting as Marianne McCulloch, the professional interior designer, when I chose to lie about being too busy for a party. I'm Marianne McCulloch, a lawful neutral cleric with 9 points in wisdom and 8 in charisma. Just thinking about it, but like that makes it a bit cheesy. But it helps with the fear. It helps overcome the insane thought that I'm actively seeking out something that has been plaguing me for years. I might face my worst nightmare, or I might see nothing and find my self-imaged grand quest fall flat. Self-imagined grand quest. And who would have thought that the gatekeeper to my final quest would be someone I thought would be a valuable ally?
Schnell! Hurry up, you snails!
Schnell.
We are on a deadline and you are wasting my time!
The butler comes from the cellar and into the kitchen, tailed by a couple of others, people who I assume are most likely chefs and bartenders. He raises a brow, seeing me just standing there by the hatch, by the trap door, almost like he's going to throw me out for being in the kitchen without permission. But then, he motions for the others to disperse and familiarize themselves with their surroundings. Meanwhile, he continues to stand there, preventing entry into the darkness beyond.
What are you doing here, Fraulein? This is not the place for guests or in an architect right now.
Is that what you say?
I request you leave.
I was just looking around for any last-minute things, yes?
Yes, you have been doing that a lot. Looking around, snooping about.
Snooping.
Now is not the time for such things. If you're not careful, people might think you are up to something.
Up to something? The look he gives me says it all. As he says this, is almost chilling. If life was a game book, he'd probably be the true neutral warlock guarding the treasure room. True neutral, you think? I guess so. A difficult opponent to beat with 9 points in wisdom and 8 in dexterity.
Well, I'm not done yet. I actually need to go into the wine cellar. Just need a quick go at the place. So just don't mind me. I'll be out of your hair soon enough.
Go outside, enjoy the party. Bask in the praise and adulation they will no doubt shower you with when the madam speaks highly of you. Surely you've had enough of this stuffy old kitchen by now. You do not want to cause trouble. Both the Bratwurst and Hannah want this to be perfect. It would be a disservice and disrespect to toe out of line and risk it being anything otherwise. And more importantly, I will be blamed for any failure that happens tonight.
His intervention almost turns me away. Maybe this is a sign that I'm not meant to seek Lorraine out, but...
Please, it's really important.
15 minutes. 9, 10 minutes. Any longer and I'll pull you out of there myself. The Bratwurst will be furious if he thinks anyone is touching his precious wine without his permission.
Thank you. This seriously means a lot.
He steps aside begrudgingly. At this point, it looks like there's no turning back. Oh, phenomenal. The cellar greets me ominously as I descend. The space feels smaller, with a lot more bottles lining the wall compared to before. And knowing what might be waiting for me here makes things worse. The mirror that had been moved from the study is my goal. I did not return to it after my initial discovery, but the thought of Lorraine, how much I wanted to see her again, even if it's just for one more time, keeps coming back to mind. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. As I walk through the cellar, I have to stop when I feel something crunch beneath my feet. Ah. Whatever few bottles are left behind here are nothing but glass under my heels. Perhaps dropped by one of the many chefs and bartenders the butler had escorted through here before. It made a downright mess. The red slick, don't say that, pulling from the remnants of a good drink. With how dark this place is, a person with a dark enough imagination could easily mistake it for blood. But I can't help but think it is, despite the easy, logical explanation that had come to mind, only because of what I'm about to do. It's merely a momentary distraction as I continue to the end of the cellar where the mirror stands. Jesus. Propped up on the far wall, it gleams innocently while pretending to be a simple and ordinary mirror. How morbid to think this thing can show a person their deepest, most desperate desires, and then twist it to an image so dark. It's like the mirror of Erised. Well, except the mirror just shows you what you want most and doesn't twist it. That's what I had seen that day. Though I had heard Lorraine many times, I had only seen her here within its frame. I wonder if people have discovered it before. How many were wasted away in front of it, enamored, and how many were frightened away by what they saw. Yet as I stand before it now, nothing. I can barely see my own reflection in this darkness.
How does this even work? Mirror, mirror on the wall?
Oh, yeah.
Something? Anything?
Nothing. Touching its surface doesn't make it magically activate or anything like that. There is no sudden surge of power, and I'm not suddenly granted sight. It stays what it is, a mirror. Was Lorraine's appearance in the mirror all some sort of fever dream? Am I really that burdened with guilt and despair that my mind would eat itself in my stress and have me hallucinate such things? Either way, just going here on some crazed obsession for a girl long gone must warrant me a trip to the doctor. Already I feel ill. After a few more minutes, in hopes that something would change, I turn around to leave. Oh jeez. I could just go back upstairs, like nothing ever happened. Perhaps drop by the party for some hors d'oeuvres. I always went hors d'oeuvres, then go home and collect myself. Whenever I see hors d'oeuvres, see the words, I'm tempted to read it as the hors d'oeuvres. It's hors d'oeuvres. Besides, Mr. Wright is expecting me and I'm
going to leave me again then, are you?
I stop in my tracks, but I don't turn back. As much as it pains me, I don't turn back. I'm just hearing her again, desperately delusional. I look back to see nothing. I don't want to give myself false hope. But when I feel fingers around my wrist pull at me, I look back in shock. My first thought is, how in God's name is this possible? And the second is, Lorraine. Her hands are cold.
Are you that mad at me that you're just going to ignore me, Marianne?
I don't know what to say. I can only stare at her and wonder. She stands there in the mirror, with only her arm extended outward for my sake. I look at the hand still holding my wrist. When she sees me looking at it, she moves it so that our hands were intertwined, fingers weaved together. Seeing her there and feeling her touch meant I'm not crazy, though however impossible and unexplainable this all is to me right now. It just takes my breath away. Pulling her out from there is tempting. I can imagine doing so with ease. We can be together again, Lorraine and Marianne, like nothing ever happened. But that would all be a great big lie, wouldn't it?
What? Pack out your tongue? Don't just look at me like that. Say something.
Even if this thing were some magic portal that could bring back the dead, that doesn't erase anything. Just looking at her, still a young teenager while I'm already a grown woman, serves no other reason than to break the illusion that blinds me. I've seen her twice now, always behind the mirror. If this is real, if this isn't some delusion, then why can she only exist behind the glass?
You have no idea how happy I am to see you. It's been so long.
You don't look happy.
I really am happy. But at the same time, I can't help but think about what happened to you.
And what does that mean? What are you saying?
She gives me this peculiar look, and before my eyes, she moves a step out of the mirror. In turn, I wrench my hand from her and take a step back, almost as if I'm afraid.
I don't know how this is possible, but whatever this is, it isn't real. You can't be real.
I'm right here, aren't I? What other proof do you need?
No, I see you. I hear you. I feel you. But even with all that, you can't be real. You just can't. I saw your body. I helped bury you. You're dead.
A deep hurt crosses her face, and it just breaks my heart in two seeing her wear that expression.
Burying me wasn't the only thing you did. Don't you dare lie. But I'm going to be the bigger woman, aren't I? Let bygones be bygones. I'll forgive you, as long as you stay with me, Marianne.
Stay with me, Marianne, forever and
here, right?
ever.
To find me?
That was the plan. I came down here looking for her, for closure. But this isn't just closure. This is something else entirely. I didn't think I'd be forced to make such a choice. Do I leave or do I gotta leave. Girl, you're dead. You're not real. Closure. That's all I came here for. Whatever this is, it might as well just be a devil's trick. And I might as well make some use of it, right? I say nothing at first, for fear of angering whatever phantom this is. I take Lorraine's hand, bring it up to my lips and press a kiss to her knuckles. She takes it as some sort of invitation to pull me along, to step back into the mirror until only her arm is extended again.
I should have been more honest back then, both to you and myself.
Yeah, yippee!
I know it's too late. I'm sorry. But
the thought of being with the dead did not agree with me. Not one bit.
I can't stay with you.
Achievement unlocked. Goodbye, my first love. Oh.
So what? You're going to leave me for some old trophy wife?
Damn.
That's it, isn't it? You're going to leave poor Amy Lorraine and go after the next rich, pretty blonde that you see.
This is a mistake.
All these years, guilt has been my driving force. I felt so guilty for what I did, what I didn't do.
She thinks she can guilt trip me into being complacent, but she realizes otherwise as I pull my hand away from her. And going by the look of anger on her face, an anger that runs cold, she did not like the fact that I'm not some puppet on a string. Had she chosen her words carefully, would have accepted whatever punishment Lorraine chose to give me. Guilt had ran my life, and it may very well ended it, because I deserved it.
But what I did to me. The blood in my hands is mine, not yours.
Whoever or whatever the shadow is, my gut tells me she's not a Lorraine. Yet, I keep talking as if she is.
I broke your heart, not your neck.
Don't you dare deny it! It was your fault!
Because I loved you more than I dared to admit? Yes, that was my fault. But I never meant to hurt you like that.
Despite my words, no matter how sincere they are, she appears angry, enraged in fact. It had been years since I last faced that. Even now, the memory of it is still etched deeply in my mind. Oh, sorry, I'm losing it so hard. Hurt, the tears, and the hate spilling from her eyes that day, the moment I rejected her. Reject myself for who I am. She definitely will hate what I'm about to do next. To my left, a wine rack. And from there, I take a bottle and pray to all the saints that I can remember, for all my sins. For every hurtful words I've uttered. What I've driven her to do that day. What I forced her into.
What are you doing?
I do it without thinking twice. Quickly, before I can hesitate, I grab a bottle and send it straight towards the mirror. Shards of the bottle in the mirror are sent flying everywhere as Lorraine's scream echo in the cellar. Bitter. Searing. Like every wounding accusation she hurled at me. They never left me. I doubt they ever will. But with this, I can move away from them. From her. Live my life as I should, free from the burden. Her burden. Because the Lorraine I know, the real one, the person I love, will never want me carrying this to my death. As the screaming dies down, I can't help but mutter weakly.
It's done. It's done.
Mirror, mirror on the wall.
Oh, Lorraine. Forgive me, Lorraine.
I take some time to compose myself, breathing in and out, stamping down the tremors still racking my hands, straightening out my jacket and fixing my hair. All a weak attempt to return myself to someone resembling my normal self. This would probably be easier to do so with a mirror, but I likely won't be able to stand looking at one for a long time.
Well, now, I should probably go back up there. Party to attend, rich socialites to do business with, and food to eat. Mrs. Wright will be happy if I make some time for it anyway.
Yes, one last time, to the shattered glass beneath my feet.
I'm sorry, Lorraine. May you see God's light on the path.
Turning around to leave, and for good this time, and an easy smile on my face falls as I see Lorraine, whole and well.
Come on, Mac. You really didn't think it would be that easy, did you? You get bonus points for trying. But you should know an 8 in charisma is not enough to turn undead.
That is true. She advances towards me, backs me against the wall. I can't even reach for another wine bottle without pulling myself within her reach. Despite my earlier bravado, I didn't think she'd be able to exist at all without the mirror. Can you blame me, though? It's not like I'm an extrovert in the supernatural.
That's not... You shouldn't be...
What? After the mirror? Did you think just moving on will erase what you did to me? You're nothing but a murderer, Marianne. A murderer!
Stay back.
Say that line a
You're not
little
real.
harder,
Leave
you know?
me alone. Stop! I'm trying to move on with my life, so why won't you let me? Please! Just get out of my head and leave me be!
I try to find an exit when there's a click. The next thing I know, I'm falling back into darkness. Oh! Where am I? A dungeon? I fall on my back and the door slams shut behind me. In a daze, I look around warily and find myself in another room entirely. On the other side of the wall, some sort of secret passage, perhaps. Underground tunnel that has me wary and frightened. It also proves that the oddities of the mansion's floor plans are a lot more than just a little discrepancies. I expect Lorraine to jump out at me from the darkness at any time. The breeze blowing through the tunnel has me relieved, though. The idea that there is still a way to escape that should happen. Should that happen. That is way better than being trapped in underground with... only God knows what that was. A funny thought comes to mind as I start walking to where the exit might be. I think about how Miss Wright would be so disappointed if I didn't show up to the party. Imagine how furious Mr. Wright would be for breaking one of his wine bottles. Even Johan's reaction comes to mind, though I don't really know with the guy. One thing's for sure is that I would be calling Cam and Harna for a drink as soon as I get out of here. Phenomenal. That noise has me wary. Aye. A ghastly thing. A corpse of a woman leans on the wall. Her arms and limbs, almost every inch of her lithe body, is peppered with wounds and rotting flesh. And it is then that putrid smell of blood and gore hits me. Hey girl, making it so I don't even question how I missed it in the first place.
How long has this been here?
That long time.
Oh, that smell.
You're a nasty one, aren't
You're a nasty one, aren't you?
I flinch as the thing twitches. Oh yeah. As soon as it opens its eyes and looks at me with a smile, there's nothing on my mind but horror. I break into a run. Ooh, yippee. We fucking going. Where are we at? Alright, cool. Something's gonna happen. I try to keep running no matter how much my legs and feet scream at me to stop. I keep going, even when I look back and see nothing of her anymore, because I can still hear her. Scampering of her feet, the words she tries to form with her bloodied mouth, and the painful sounds of bones grinding against each other as she moves closer and closer to me.
How long long are these damn tunnels?
There's a split second where I know that thing is right behind me. A strange sensation creeping over my limbs when her presence looms over me. And then suddenly... Ooh. I can't do anything before I'm yanked by the hair and pulled back. Still, I struggle, up until I'm thrown to the side like some ragdoll. I hit the ground on my side, and the musty smell of old hay that reaches me is only indication that I'm still alive.
Please don't hurt me.
My body hurts and I keep my eyes shut tight, afraid of what might happen next.
What's wrong, Marianne? Are you really afraid of little old me?
There's only dread, seeing how she's followed me even here. She looms over me, back further in the cell than I was thrown in. Backs me further in the cell than I was thrown in.
It's so cold. I don't want to be alone, Marianne. Why won't you stay with me? Why would you leave me? Why?
What are you?
Lorraine turns and shifts into that thing from before. With that same gruesome grin, takes a step towards the cell. Towards me. I barely scramble to my knees when the door of the cell slams shut and it just stands there staring. Shouts for help ring out in the tunnels, but none of them are coming from me. I'm more paralyzed and shocked by what is happening. My throat tightens at being fooled by the image of Lorraine and the thought of being trapped down here. So then where?
Help me! Oh, help me! Are you getting all this on camera, Carl?
Yeah, but are you guys sure this is a good idea? We're breaking and entering here.
Don't worry, the owners of this place haven't been here in a long time. Look at this thing, though. It has writing in blood like some cheesy 80s horror prop. Wait, I have an idea.
Oh man, that's genius! What kind of butthead would even take this thing seriously? Maybe we can stick this in Rowan's backpack. That's Suarez kid would panic.
What? Spit it out! Behind you!
Ooh. There in the corner of the cell, a digital camera comes flickering to life, and a video has played back on screen. It was hard to even consider paying any attention to it when my life was on the line. But when the ghost doesn't move and the teenagers' mocking shouts of help me filled the cell, I just had to watch. Oh no! No. Oh, I see. So, the help me was all original, but the send this to 5 people or else was added on. I see. And what I had seen as students, judging by their St. Greta uniforms, they were holding that thing, the woman she... Hey, girly. Ooh. Hello, Miss Ma'am. Oh, fuck. Is that it? All right. Hi, Becca. Okay, and now we don't know what happens to her. Now trapped in one of the cells. And now she's there for who knows? Hi, Becca. Okay. Let me take a look at Marianne. Ending 1 variant. Okay. So, no matter what we did, it was gonna lead to that, I believe, unless the top part is something else entirely. But I have a hard time thinking that. Chapter 5. I did want to try to get through 2 chapters for this. I don't know. Let me see. How long is Becca? Because I'm pretty sure Ashton's is fucking long. Oh, Becca's is kind of long too. Fuck. Ooh, Becca's is so long. You know what? We might have... Oh, Jesus. Becca's is really long. Okay. I thought Becca's was so much shorter. Shit, fuck. This is so long. Okay. I'm gonna go a little bit longer. But I think because we're finally getting like connecting pieces and stuff like that, so we have some extra time. I'm gonna go a little bit longer for her, but I might have to cut it off in the middle of her story because I want to try to get as much as I can. If we end up having to do this outside of October, I'm fine with finishing it off. Because I do want to at least any percent this, you know? So on that note though, give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick and I will be right back. And we'll get as far as I can until my back starts breaking. Okay? So give me just a few minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Just had to take care of some business as well. Okay, give me 1 sec. Oh, of course my camera decided to turn off. Oh, I see you. Oh, of course. Okay. Hold on. There we go. Hopefully. I gotta fix it again. Okay. Alright. There we are. Okay. Okay, give me 1 moment. Okay, now you don't have to suffer through my terrible Irish. Instead, you might have to suffer through my terrible British. Or Becca's technically Scottish, but she's got a British accent. I need to remember how she talks, though. This is how it begins, or so they say. With a gentle wind drafting through the wide-open windows, muffled laughters and footsteps fading behind empty hallways, and the light kiss of the afternoon sun. Soon there will be a call, a crossing of thresholds into the unknown. Maybe we are off to some grand adventure, or diving into another gripping mystery. One can't really tell. For all I know, a hero might even come and sweep me off my feet if I'm lucky.
That's not exactly a bad thing when you think about it.
But this is far from one, isn't it? A riveting tale, that is. The mild breeze, the faint murmurs, the warm rays painting every nook and cranny of fiery hue, they are all as real as they can get. As much as I want to write about a little tale out of this, I'm far from someone who can. Fleeting fancies, that's what these are. Merely passing thoughts to occupy an idle mind, while waiting for another busy work day to end. Then again, maybe in another life I am one. Who knows? But at present, what I have and what I've chosen to be, well...
I won't last years here if I find teaching rowdy adolescents a tedious job, will I?
Admittedly, the whole affair isn't exactly as grand or exciting as I had imagined as a child. If I weren't so stubborn and too passionate about the whole idea, I probably would have quit a long time ago. But it's always the kids that make it worthwhile, isn't it? As if in agreement, as soon as my pen slides into a neat circle against the papers I'm grading, the final bell rings. Like a dam that has opened, students begin piling out into the hallway soon after. For a short minute, I let the noise fill my ears, let my mind wander to a place far removed from all that hubbub. Solitary moments like this have come few and far between lately. Even my own home hasn't been quite as quiet as I usually prefer. Though in hindsight, the entire place hasn't been the same either since Isabella moved next door. And if her fussing over a minor cold last week tells anything, I might as well throw any idea of solitude at the nearest balcony, so long as she lives nearby. At the memory, my eyes automatically shift over to the bottle sitting at the edge of my desk. A chuckle escapes me as I reach for it.
A little ball of energy and enthusiasm. That big baby.
Mother Hen, she calls me, and then says and does the exact same thing right after. It's not that I'm unused to being on the receiving end of other people's worries, or feel any sort of apprehension over her fretting. If I'm to be completely honest, it's actually amusing how someone can be childlike one minute and then act like a responsible adult the next. But there's a dissonance there, dissonance there in both her actions and her words. So give me 1 second. Okay. Although she may not look like it, may not say anything, may not lose her cheer, one way or another, I know these troubles have weighed down on her lately. Her face says it all. That big numpty. Numpty is such a word. If she thinks I won't notice, she's got another thing coming for her. That's how she's always been. I do understand that part. Loud and clear. It's just that I really rather not pass on another burden to her.
Or become one myself.
Aren't I supposed to be the one taking care of them? Though I guess that's simply one of those things that people eventually grow away from once you've started leading different lives. That's completely different, I hope. Somehow the thought makes me feel uneasy. Thankfully, before stranger ideas can take root in my head, a faint buzzing comes from my bag, cutting through the rest of my thoughts. A small frown forms my lips when the screen lights up and an unknown number flashes. For a long second, my thumb hovers over the answer button. Even the voice that responds, once I do accept the call, is wholly unfamiliar.
Hello?
Oh, goodness. Hello?
Oops.
Is this Miss Gales? Rebecca Gales?
Yes, speaking. Who is this?
Oh, sorry. Rose Cooper.
Oh, that's right.
Realty Corporation.
Briar Realty?
My frown deepens as I straighten from my chair. Something in her tone, despite sounding remarkably friendly and light, doesn't quite sit well with me. The rigid pause that follows doesn't help ease the tension that has suddenly descended either.
Miss Cooper?
Yes. Things are a bit busy.
Oh, this is
on my
when...
end.
Yeah.
I apologize. I'm not certain if Isabella has mentioned anything before, but we're working together on a property at the moment, and...
The Armengard Mansion, yes. She said something about that earlier. Is there a problem?
This is about Isabella, actually.
She wastes no time relaying everything. The details she provided are admittedly a bit vague, but enough for me to get a gist of what happened. It isn't the bad sort I'm expecting, though still worrying. Especially with words panic attacked and pale looking a bit sickly woven together in one foreboding sentence. But as quickly as it surfaces, I stomp down on the urge to demand answers right there and then. Now it isn't the proper time for useless questions. I'll find out soon enough regardless. To Miss Cooper's credit, she neither hesitates nor falters all throughout. There's some sort of comfort in knowing Isabella had someone like her to guide her, though not as much as I would have liked. After all, this is Isabella we're talking about. What are the chances she just said a bunch of excuses so she won't get sent home? High. Very high. Oh, she is so going to hear it this time.
You were listed as one of her emergency contacts, so I thought it'd be best you know about this.
How is she? Is she doing okay?
I had her take a break for now, but honestly, I'd feel better if someone were to pick her up and take her home for some rest. Anthem's a fair distance from Luxborn. I really don't want her going off on her own. I'd do it myself, but you know how it is today. Big day. People everywhere until the open house ends. I'm really sorry to ask this of you, Miss Gales. I know you're busy.
Oh, no, it's all good. I was just about to leave from work. I hope to leave early today anyway. A few minutes ahead wouldn't hurt. I I can be there in a few, 30, 40 minutes tops. Is that all right?
More than fine, Miss Gales, thank you. We're supposed to be here until... Oh, excuse me. One moment, please. Yes, ma'am.
The faint hum of conversation echoes from her end. It sounds as though the place is buzzing with more people than you expect from a regular open house. I was skeptical at first. Your house is old, not to mention its inconvenient location in Luxbourne outskirts. Who wants to live in a place that's almost an hour's drive away from the comforts of a city? But from what little I can hear, it appears Isabella has every right to be optimistic about the sale. If I didn't understand why she was so adamant refusing my offer of help before, I think I do now. To some degree.
We'll be resuming the tour soon. Yes, thank you. Sorry about that. I really need to get this thing going. Lord knows how I'll salvage the situation here. It should... Anyway, just look for me when you get here, alright? I shouldn't be too hard to miss.
No problem. Thanks for letting me know about this. Just make sure Isabella stays put, please. Heaven knows how stubborn that girl can be.
Oh, believe me, I know. Don't worry about it. I'll have a few of our staff keep an eye on her for me until you get here.
That's all I'm asking. I appreciate it.
The whole thing ends on a surprisingly pleasant note. If only the same can be said for the news she brought. I allow a brief minute to pass, to ease whatever tension had latched itself firmly to my nerves. But no matter how much I wish for it, my mind stubbornly refuses to do so. My hands are unsteady against the papers I pretend to arrange after. Lucid thoughts, every single ounce of it grimmer than the other, grows with each passing second I linger. Something about this whole thing, along with the sudden unease and nagging worry, screams off. Wrong. This isn't the riveting tale I've hoped to step into today. Even on a rush, getting everything in order before leaving takes a nearly good quarter hour. Who says that? By the time I make it out of the classroom, the commotion had already died down, dwindling to mere echoes and distant laughter. From the nearby room, melodies from rehearsing bands drift freely into the air, filling the almost empty hallway with their warm, lively tunes. Any other day, I'll stop, bask in the music, and enjoy what little peace it brings. Not today, however. My steps are brisk, as sure as I march to the Edward Hall's exit. The sooner I confirm Isabella's okay, the sooner I can shake off this niggling feeling. For one reason or another, that single call, of all possible things, has thrown everything off kilter. I'd rather this be over with as quickly as possible. So much that I nearly barreled over a student in my haste. Though perhaps it's really the other way around. Ah, yes. Does she really manage this small of children? When I look down, a set of eyes, bright and hopeful, stare back at me. Her arms are wrapped around my waist like a vice, and my attention, a grin spreads over her face. And at my attention, a grin spreads.
Buenos tardes, Miss Pink. Hello, Kylie. You know, you aren't supposed to run into people like that.
Sorry, Miss Pink.
She loosens her hold on me, but not a hint of guilt or regret appears on her. If anything, it seems the remark has only amused her. A smile appears on my face before I can help it, matching the one on her own.
Just remember not to do it again, all right? You could get hurt.
You sound like my mama when she's scolding Rowan, Miss Pink.
I'm sure your mama only means well. I know she'll be worried sick if one of you were to get hurt. Where's your brother anyway? Aren't you two supposed to be heading home now?
Rowan said he's got some stuff he needs to do before we go. I think he's taking too long. But he promised to buy me jelly babies today. If I keep what he's doing a secret from Mama and Papa.
Oh yeah, this little scary child.
You'll tell Miss Pink about it?
She shakes her head, both her hands going to her mouth as if to keep a precious secret from spilling out.
I made a promise. He said it's for Tia Luke.
Oh, Hannah did mention a Kylie.
Oh, something like a gift?
Like a deal! Tio promised to take him somewhere cool when he's old enough. Rowan's gonna prove he's a grown-up.
Interesting. Laughter slips free from my lips. The teacher and me wanted to give whoever this Tio is a reprimand for bringing about this kind of behavior in children. But if both Suarez kids are so fond of him, there shouldn't be anything to worry about, yes? At any rate, they're nothing but well-behaved, both Kylie and her brother. Oh, the brother exists, okay. Rowan, the eldest, may have an occasional odd streak in and out of class, but their parents taught them well. I see no reason to cast... Oh god. I see no reason to cast any suspicion of bad behavior on them.
As long as it isn't anything dangerous, alright?
It's not. Cross my heart. My drawings are a lot prettier than what he's doing anyway. Tio said so. Do you want to see? I drew one earlier at class.
Is that why you're here?
Not really. I was gonna show it to my friend first. But since it's you, I'm sure she wouldn't mind if you see it before she does.
Oh no. I can't stay right now, Kylie.
Her face falls immediately after the words are out. A small part of me feels responsible for that crestfallen look, but as much as I want to stay a little longer, there's another place I need to be at right now. And frankly, another child to look after. Taking both of her hands, I kneel in front of her and muster the most rueful smile I can give. At her age, I'm quite sure she already understands that what I'm about to say before they're even out. But remarkably, she doesn't look away or pout as I'm expecting her to.
I'm sorry. You know what? Rowan has a class with me on Monday around this time. Why don't you drop by again next week? After class? I'll even make sure to wait for you. It's just that I absolutely must leave now. My friend had an accident earlier, and I'm the only one she has here.
What about her mama and papa?
Her family lives really far from here, I'm afraid.
Oh, sorry for bumping my mic.
Do you remember where Asia is? The southeast part? That's where they are.
Her eyes immediately light up at my question. Just like that, I know I've earned the girl's forgiveness.
Oh, just like Takako.
Who?
My friend. She said she used to live there, only just a little higher than southeast. But she hasn't come home in a long time, so she doesn't remember much about it anymore. Melody says it's weird I talked to her, but I think she's just shy. They could be good friends too. Don't you think so, Miss Pink?
Maybe if you introduce them properly, they will be.
That's what I think. Takako's just lonely. If she makes more friends, she won't be anymore. Is your friend like that too?
A little, possibly. To be honest, sometimes I can't tell with her.
After all, Isabella had always been the kind to hold a smile, even when things have taken a turn for the worse. 5 years and one will think it's enough time to know a person. But when you consider it, come to think of it, all these years I've never, not even once, seen her cry. Not over a trivial matter, or even when things are tough.
Okay, you can go to her. I'll just show you my drawing next time.
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. Remind me to buy you a huge glass of parfait, alright?
No, I'll get a stomach ache. Kako says so. A small one is okay.
I'll remember that. Say hi to your friend for me.
Oh, itchy.
I will. I'm sure she'd love to meet you too. See you, Miss Pink.
I'll see you later, Kylie.
Yeah, you're gonna haunt me in my dreams.
London Bridge is falling down,
She doesn't look back or wait for any sort of goodbye from me.
Bridge is falling down, my fair lady.
With a song and an extra spring in her steps, she bounds across the corridor with as much spirit only a child her age can have. As if the conversation has never taken any downhill turn for her at all. As if there isn't a single thing to worry about in the world. Not long after, she disappears behind a door, leaving behind strands of an old familiar rhyme lingering in the air. Carefree, unbidden. Untroubled moments like this, I envy her. And as I resume my hurried pace, a tiny whisper at the back of my mind wishes the same can be said of myself in my own ways. Blacksbourne may be a small city, but it's no stranger to the hellish rush hour traffic. But surprisingly, getting out of the city today proves more of a breeze than a hassle. A relief considering how none of my calls to Isabella had made it through. Either reception's really bad over there, or she's ignoring them on purpose. But there's nothing to ease the disquiet in me. The rest of my drive passes without much incident as soon as I'm out on the busy streets. In less than 30 minutes, the mansion looms ahead of me. For all the fuss Isabella made about the house, it remains a thing of beauty. Unlike Luxbourne, the estate and the nearby Anslan village stand as its complete opposite. Living and breathing the song of old, whispers of a once booming haven lingering in the air. Contemporary conveniences aside, it is a place I'm glad modernization hasn't wholly touched.
It's just a shame the locals know more of the silly hearsay than the history itself. If I could only knock some sense into these people!
Sadly, complaining is all I can afford to do. As much as I want to give them a piece of my mind, it isn't why I'm here. I don't think these rich types will appreciate getting a lecture from me either, as I have much business with them as they have with me. With a heavy sigh, I give myself one last second to take in the scenery before heading up to the main entrance. Most of the guests are already heading out. Though some still linger, it's mainly just to take photos of the house's facade or its various rooms. I pause for a moment, scanning the small crowd gathered at the foyer, looking for any sign that a familiar ponytail among the sea of hats and heads.
No sign of her.
No sign of the other staff or Miss Cooper either. I can certainly look for Isabella on my own, but in a place this big, I'd be lucky if I didn't end up lost or find her before we need to meet with Zachary and Ash tonight. Sighing, I reach for my mobile and redial her number, the gesture familiar now after so many attempts earlier. If she doesn't answer, I can still try contacting Miss Cooper. I just hope the network reception will cooperate at this time. This side of the country has never been popular with the tech savvy after all. To my relief, it only took 3 unsuccessful tries. At the 4th one, right as it's about to switch to another intercept message, the line finally rings. Oh, Jesus. Silence follows while I wait for her to pick up, the ringing going far too long for my taste. But now, most of the visitors have already cleared out. All I have for company are the faint murmurs and an eerie calmness left in the wake. A sudden hush settles and gives way to noise louder than they've ever meant to be. Doors creaking and slamming shut in some distant part of the mansion, floorboards groaning under the sheer weight of the house's history. In the now empty hall, they all reverberate with a special clarity against the walls. Like this, those old stories seem to have almost have a ring to truth to it. I don't get to stray far into that ugly line of thought, however. Not a second later, a click sounds from the other end.
Hello? Isabella?
Perfect.
Miss Cooper called earlier and... Isabella? Belle? Are you alright?
Without any warning, the call just cuts off. Busy note blares sharply against the heavy silence. But above the noise cutting the mute air remains the faint cries of a woman from beyond the foyer. My hand falls to my side as I cast a wary look around, waiting for someone to come running. Surely I can't be the only one hearing this. There must still be some staff hanging around, checking things out. This is before, I believe, Becca saw the letter, right? But no one does. Yeah, it has to be, because she saw the letter when they were, all together. So everyone got cursed at the same time. I guess this is just meaning that, she's in the house and the house is fucked. Not even when her sobs turn more frantic and anguished.
Excuse me? Hello? Who's there? Isabella? Isabella? Is that you?
No answer. Growing anxious, I amble over where her cries come from, each step slow and cautious towards the door on the other end of the room. While I'm far from someone who readily gives into fear or stories lacking factual basis, the vague, restless feeling I have earlier immediately returns to me. And despite myself, my heart begins to race and my breathing quickens.
Belle? Belle, it's me. Miss Cooper called. Is everything okay?
Oh. Abruptly, all of it stops. My whole body tenses, mouth dragging in a ragged breath, ears straining for any other sound yet to come from the other side. But nothing follows. Instead, the quiet only lends itself to the heavy tension in the air, as if every small movement will disturb the fragile stillness hanging in the room. I wait for a second, then with a caution, I reach for the knob. My fingers barely graze the brass handle when a hand falls on my shoulder.
Excuse me, ma'am? I am so sorry.
Hi.
I didn't mean to startle you.
Hey, Rose. Welcome back to being alive.
It's
Oh god, I'm so sleepy. Still reeling, my gaze shifts back to the door, as if any second now the cries will start again and whoever's inside will burst out from the room. I don't get to dwell on these. The woman's worried voice breaks through the haze in my mind again, oddly soothing in the thick of my unease. Even if the concerned look comes from a total stranger, finally being in the company of someone else is somehow comforting.
Are you okay?
Oh, no, I'm fine. This is probably just some cold.
Do you need to sit down?
No need. I'm actually looking for a friend.
I wave the mobile in front of her, like a gesture alone that explains everything. Vaguely, I note my tight grip on it and quickly slip it into my pocket before she notices. She doesn't need to know.
Well, I'm not really sure if your friend would still be here. We're actually about to close the open house in a few minutes, ma'am.
No worries. She's not a guest here. She works for Briar Realty. Miss Cooper called me earlier. In fact, I'm also looking for her.
Recognition flashes in her eyes and her worried expression dissolves into a smile at once. It's all I need to know that I don't have to look elsewhere or venture deeper into the mansion on my own. In some way, I'm not too keen on the latter right now.
Miss Rebecca Gales, is it?
Yes. Sorry if I'm a bit late.
It's not a problem. I was busy with the open house and a few clients anyway. It's actually a good thing you came when you did. Let's see. Isabella should be here somewhere.
What happened?
I told her to stay put earlier. That girl never listened.
What happened to that recording?
Rose? Rosie? May I have a minute? There's just this one little thing before we go.
Miss Cooper's head immediately snaps up at the voice. In a blink, a different kind of smile spreads on her face. A smile still, friendly even, but the kind given mainly for the sake of pleasing other people rather than making friends.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be there in a few.
It's an impressive thing, to say the least. Their level of professionalism. I suppose working on this kind of business trains you enough to be able to pull that off without batting an eye. It certainly didn't seem to have rubbed off on Isabella, though.
Sorry, could you give me a second? I have to take care of this.
Don't worry about it. I understand. I can wait a few more minutes. Clients, right?
You won't hear anything from me. Priorities, you know? But if you want, you can stay at the parlor in the meantime. I think we have a few refreshments left.
No, thank you. I'm going out with a few friends after this. Isabella's supposed to join us too. But that depends on how she's doing, of course.
All right, this won't be long, I promise.
She throws me an apologetic look before sauntering over the small group gathered at the entrance. A couple, or siblings? Another woman, probably their secretary. Either way, they looked no different from the other guests. All three of them primly dressed, albeit in a manner significantly simpler than the others, No frills, no extravagance of any form. But their gestures and movements alone speak volumes in their ingrained lifestyle. In their presence, I do what I can to appear inconspicuous on my side of the foyer. Maybe accepting Miss Cooper's offer would have been a much better choice than standing around awkwardly and gaping at them. While also attempting my best not to listen in to their conversation. Although that one proves more difficult with how enthusiastic the blonde woman is. Her voice easily echoes through the walls with only the 5 of us here. Pretty soon I find myself being drawn into their talk without meaning to.
Tomorrow? First thing in the morning?
First thing in the morning, ma'am.
The mundane talk isn't what catches my attention,
Very
however.
well. We'll have our lawyers prepare everything as soon as possible. Let's make this whole thing easier for everyone, shall we? Just let me know if there's anything you need from me. You know how to contact me, yes?
Got your mobile number saved here already.
Good. It's just a matter of time then.
It's a brief moment, a fleeting shift of my eye.
One day for us, Marianne.
As long as you're positive, we won't be having any problems by that time. You can count on my team.
You worry too much. Let me handle those things. Do be thrilled, though. I imagine it's not every day you get projects like this,
And the instant I turn my gaze on him, I see it.
Oh, I'm certain Mint's ecstatic, Buttercup. Aren't you, Marianne? You know, we could all celebrate this with a few drinks. Why don't we? In fact, there's this really excellent Irish pub I visited a few days ago.
Leering, hovering over his shoulders, drawn to him like a moth to a flame. A dark blur. No, a shadow.
I think I'll pass on that, sir. I have more important matters to attend to.
Darling, your liver. You already had a glass today, and apparently a few days ago as well. How many times do we have to remind you? Doctor's orders, remember?
Such a shame. You never let me do anything fun.
But as I try to make sense of it, a heavy feeling descends over my whole body. It happens without warning, forcing me to close my eyes. The sensation creeps to every part of me, crawling under my skin and draining me little by little of any strength. Before I know it, my hand is gripping the nearby door for support. A sudden nausea drowns out their voices with what little sound there is. All for except the whispers and laughters. Judging, mocking, taunting, muffled, inaudible words bearing down at me like a death sentence. They wrap around my neck and limbs, binds tightening with every syllable, every utterance. And with each draw of breath I take, they drag me down slowly, almost painfully into a bottomless abyss. On and on and on, till the sounds turn into mere distant echoes, until suddenly it shatters.
Well, what are we waiting for? Are we done here?
Blonde bloke. His voice rips through the fog like a sharp blade when my eyes open. When I look at them again, it's gone.
Just a second, darling. Send my regards to Isabel, please. Poor girl. Please let her know she doesn't have to worry and tell her to get some rest. Anyway, we're looking forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Likewise, ma'am.
No shadows or dark clouds, only amicable smiles and cordial handshakes, the usual pleasantries as Miss Cooper leads them out of the mansion like a graceful host. And the group seems to have noticed it. And even after, as I force my breathing to calm down, keep my eyes strained on their backs and wait for something to happen, it doesn't come back. She returns a moment later. Gently, she closes the great doors behind her. There's a smile on her lips and an extra skip in her step when she walks back to me. Whatever she was discussing with the group had put her in a good mood. Even she appears to have not observed anything odd. Was I just seeing things?
Glad that was over. It's been a long day. I thought for sure we were going to... Hey, Are you sure you're doing okay? You look a bit green.
It's all good. I'm actually still recovering from a cold. Weather's been crazy lately.
That must be it. The weather, the stupid cold, and the friendly warnings I'm too stubborn to listen to. As much as I hate to admit it, Isabella is right. I was and still am a little feverish, and when she visited me at school this morning, the medicine helped, of course, but only some. Although it's not like I can't function, I did get better after lunch, and I was able to go through my schedule like the usual. Now I'm not so sure. However, I can't keep acting like I've seen some sort of apparition when it's anything but. I simply must have listened to too many times to Isabella last week. My fever-muddled mind has started to confuse things. If this doesn't let up, I just need another visit to my doctor. Plain and simple. Though I do hope it won't get worse. We did promise to watch Zachary's film together.
I know what you mean. I've been complaining to Isabel. It doesn't seem to affect her much, though. Must be because she grew up in the tropics. Anyway, shall we? She's probably hanging out with the rest of the catering staff.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised she's there. She eats like 10 hungry men when she isn't feeling well.
Yeah, me too.
Lead the way.
With a small nod, she gestures for me to follow. I do so without much thought, finally putting everything in the back of my mind. Ooh, yippee. Treatment is like useful. Okay. Give me one sec. Take a look at these. New timeline. We're back in the beginning. Yeah, flu medicine. That's right. That's right. And then she found the letter. Becca. Though Scottish descent, she grew up in Luxembourg, even went to St. Coretti. Parents were professors in Southeast Asian history, often busy, surrounded by books, a passion for academics. Came out of her shell and started becoming food. Before then, Ashton was her only friend, though she found him aggravating at first. And he used to taking care of us, so a young foreigner moved in next door. That's nice. Raised Kirk. I'm not familiar with that. But is atheist now. Education, master's degree in education, major in European history. Stovies. Going to cycling, talking across lesson plans. 5'5", she's so little. April 1st, she's an Aries. Of course she's an Aries. 29. She's Scottish. Cool. Interesting. Fascinating. Alright. Let me see. Oh, Jesus. I know I said I wanted to get a halfway. Oh, Jesus, this is so long. I did say I wanted to get halfway, but my back is starting to act up a little bit. So I may have to cut it here for today. So sorry. But I think it's a good time for me to lay down. For a little bit. Yeah. Damn, because we only just started. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well. We'll probably carry this out until like the very beginning of November, and then I'll finish it off then. Maybe I'll do one long thing. Who knows? But yeah, Becca's is pretty long, and I'm gonna, my body's starting to give out a little bit right now. So, here we are. Whoa, 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 whoa. This always goes fucking nuts when I do that. Oh, let's go ahead and save, though, first before anything. Okay. And then I'll move over here. Take care of herself. Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and call it for today because my body's acting up a bit right now. Take this off. There we are. Sorry, I didn't mean to go longer, but I mean like 5 hours is still pretty good. Even though a lot of that time was spent trying to fix things. Oh well, that's fine. Okay. All right, well, I hope you enjoyed what we did do. I got a big spook. I got a big spook this time. That was crazy. It was her coming out of the door was alarming. I expected something, but that was just like, oh, actually a big spook there for me. Yeah, I love Marianne. I love her a lot. I love that I love that she loves women. Yes, good for her. So Taylor, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Yeah, what's my, oh god, I have no idea what my future schedule is gonna be. I think we're doing a collab in the future, but I genuinely, I don't know. Well, I mean, other than this week, yes, we're doing a collab on Thursday, and I'm supposed to be with Ami that day, and we're gonna be doing monsters. That is this week, right? Is that what my schedule said? I think so. Yes, because I couldn't do Monday. That's right. And then next week I'm gonna be so real, I have no idea what I'm doing. I think honestly it might be another light schedule just because I have some things I have to do. Because I don't think I'll be able to stream Sunday. I have some work I have to do then. And then I'm unsure yet for Monday. And Tuesday we're probably going to continue with the letter. And I'll try to really do a good long stream then. And then let's see, that's next week. And then that's going to be moving into November. November, most likely going to have to take somewhat of a hiatus. I think we'll probably bring back Lamento Tuesdays after I finish the letter, any percent the letter. And I'll probably consistently still do Lamento Tuesdays. But I have a convention coming up that I'm going to in December, and I need some time to work on my my stuffs. So, sorry. So I'll probably have to take a little break in November, and have a incredibly light schedule then. Yeah, just and then yeah, obviously, and for a certain week for a lot of December, actually, I'll probably be, my schedule will probably be sporadic again, because obviously that's family time, and then going places, going to a con, coming back, doing a bunch of things. So, but I'll always keep you updated, and you can always look on my Twitter for schedule updates and the like. But yeah, I'm going to have to focus on some cosplay stuff and prepping for that convention. So November will be a light schedule, but we will return to Lamento, and it's very exciting for it. Oh, so excited. I miss them. And yeah, for that, thank you so much for joining me. Sorry I couldn't go on longer than I wanted to, but the body does what it does, and I think it's time for me to lay down. I don't want to be sitting here in pain and not having a good time and just like, you know, it just doesn't make the experience fun. So we'll call it for today. Thank you so much for joining me, and everybody have a good day, good evening, good night, whatever your time zone is, and take care, okay? Bye-bye. Bye-bye.